There we go. Okay. A lot just happened there. Hi. We're back. We're here.
Hi.
And we have the whole gang's back together. Welcome back, Chris. Why is there a hype train? What did y'all do? I look away for 5 seconds and we're disrupting coordinations and doing hype trains?
I don't know what's happening. I don't know what you're talking about.
Time to face the consequences of my actions, you guys.
We don't know.
Y'all.
Tide is new here.
Thank you, Jake, for the resub. Okay, so what? Enough with. Keep your bits. Your bits, put them away. This is a bit-free
What
stream.
are bits?
Okay.
It's like kind of money.
Kind of.
Like a Bitcoin? Is that what it is? Is it
No.
No, it's I wish I could explain.
It would
It's
be
like,
closer
there's
to
no-
like Tiggle Bitties.
Yeah.
And that's like the honest truth. It's closer
sorry,
to Tiggle
what?
Bitties rather than Bitcoin.
Yes.
You know, big ol'.
I'm really
Bazonkers.
wondering if this is a currency that I should Google or if I should not Google this right now.
No, bits are just like on Twitch. Instead of gifting subs, you can buy bits and use them. And
Every application has to have their own damn currency now.
yeah, pretty much.
Well,
Can't use
sometimes-
dollars.
Sometimes a streamer will have like different sound alerts that you could play with like different levels of different amounts of bits, so it could be fun for the chat too. Like 69 and 420 are like, yeah.
I see.
So welcome to Stormborn's Curse.
Tonight, Jacob learns all about Twitch chat
Tiggle
Stonks.
and Tiggle Bitties.
So.
What are Tiggle Bitties? I don't think I understand. Can you break it down for me?
Mm,
Boobs.
Thanks, Dawn.
Yep.
if I broke it
Gotcha.
down, it would be against TOS. So like, let's not.
It's boobs.
Drop my, let me see.
Yeah, so true, Boba. So true.
Boba.
Why are we like this?
No idea.
Real quick, I'm gonna put my captions on.
Our one brain cell is back.
I know that
Yeah.
the captions
The
only
brain-
apply to my
Chris
mic.
took the brain
but
cell with him on vacation.
We are working still on getting. We're gonna change what we use to stream this so that we can have captions for everybody. But it's gonna be in like 2 weeks, so just bear with us. But I'm putting on my captions as well. And also, as a preface, I'm not feeling super great. So if I seem low energy or we take more breaks than usual, that's why. Okay. So, last session was eventful. Last session, why is Twitch so angry with me? Everything is red and mad. Okay.
Red
Yes.
in like the Taylor Swift way, or like?
No, because that's like hot.
Yeah, I know.
I wonder if it's like buffering or whatever. I don't know. Everything's just like red and angry.
It seems fine to me now, but it was buffering a little bit there for a second.
Okay, well, hopefully it figures itself out. I don't know why it's like that. Any hoozles. Last session, we were on the ship for a brief amount of time, and then at the sort of peak of the night, we all gathered on the deck, and Tessa teleported our main group. So we have Renori, Raven, Tide, Faustus, Tessa, and Casper, all into her ancestral homeland of Alhisari, which is the just larger, greater ancestral homeland of elves in general in Faerun. It's mostly where the race originated, and quite a large chunk of the population still resides there in a sort of closed, hidden community. But it's very common for elves to leave and go seek out their own destinies elsewhere, and then there's also smaller communities around both of the continents as well and outside. And so Tessa teleported us into the woods of Alhasari and opened up the sort of boundary of that protects and cloaks the community from the outside world and allowed everybody within. And you arrived on the not the coattails, but just at the precipice of one of Alhazari's most important and powerful events, a coronation. This coronation was specifically for Tessa's sister, Allura, and recognizing this, because everybody has been dressed in sort of like, everybody in the community is dressed in sort of simplistic garb, light, thin clothing of simple colors and elegant design, and then like extravagant jewelry mostly. So Tessa immediately clocked that, and she took everybody to get a change of clothing. Faustus ended up in a all-black ensemble with some like kind of classy silver trim. Tide, who was not, Chris was not with us, but Tide also did get a new outfit. Tide is he's decked out in this sort of like tunic situation that really accentuates like the broad shoulders and the slight curve of the back. It's got this like very faint, almost gray until he turns in the light, like blue detailing down the sides and around the cuffs, and a white shirt beneath that's open just a bit, and like a blue like almost silk scarf that hangs loosely, that matches that detailing as well. And you can't really see it, but it's important to me that you know, beneath his boots, blue socks that match. And we had Raven as well in a sort of light white flowy dress, baby's breath woven into her hair. You stole jewelry for yourself? Question mark? Was that Faustus?
We both did.
You both did.
We both did the thing where it was just like, oh, all of a sudden, like, these silver rings? We've been wearing this the whole time. What do you mean? We both pulled that.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yes. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, like in a hypothetical situation, if we were to steal jewelry.
So, you hypothetically pocketed some jewelry from Delira's store. Delira was a, if you recall, this like, she's really sweet, this fat elf with just the shock of pink hair that curls and is gathered up into a bun on top of her head, and some of the curls kind of drift down into her face. And she's just got this mild, wide smile as she welcomed you in. She seems to have some sort of like close bond to Tessa, and she outfitted all of you, and we'll get to Renori's outfit in a second. She outfitted all of you out of Tessa's pocket, which didn't seem to be a big deal. You noticed that conversation was just kind of like, wave it off. And for the price on your clothing, it definitely stuck out to you. And Renori, you were in this dark, almost black, like a dark purple gown that falls to the floor with like silver detailing on it. And you, for the first time in, I think the first time in this campaign period, you wore your hair down, and we had a really sweet moment of Raven and Faustus putting some decorative braids into Renori's hair with like some loose pearls and thread and everything. And she got her beauty moment after some struggles with herself, which was really sweet. After we got outfitted, we all headed up to the palace. Tessa got a new outfit as well, so did Casper. Tessa in this backless blue gown that seemed distinctly more intricate than the rest of your outfits, and Casper in something similar to Faustus, but more red and black, like a deep maroon and black. You all made your way to the palace. Like following Tessa in, you arrived a little bit early to the coronation. Tessa had mentioned that she wanted you all to stand with her at the coronation, to kind of stick it to her parents, because outsiders were not really allowed in Alhasari, but her political sway alone meant that you could walk freely, so long as you stuck by her side. And we all had a moment. We had
a
a
little case of
glorious...
stick it to demoniosis.
We had a glorious moment. Laurel is also with us. I keep forgetting about her as well. Laurel was in a kind of simple light yellow gown that really suits her as well. And she's been kind of trailing behind as well. She got really excited about the shopping and then kind of got quiet. So we all had this moment of where we did the assignment, right? Like, the assignment was given to you. You did A+ extra credit Spanish homework and then turned it into the French teacher. Because Tessa said that her way of sticking it to her parents was going to be to have you stand with her. And all of you collectively you merged that brain cell so hard and decided that you were going to cause chaos at the coronation. So we arrived at the palace a little bit early, and you got to watch the beginning of the coronation. You stood up on, there's this like makeshift platform at the sort of back of this grand hall. Think almost like a cathedral in shape and layout, but not necessarily with that like aura to it. It's just a large open hall. There's like this deep wooden platform at the very front of this room that has a couple of like thrones on them, not necessarily ostentatious, but larger than normal seats. And then you and Tessa and the rest of you kind of stood off to the side, and there was a pedestal on this stage with a box in it, which you later find out contained the crown that was to go on Allura's head. So you all stood up there, and the coronation began. You had all of the guests file in to sit in front of the stage on little benches or stand at the very back. And the queen arrived with Allura in tow, and there were guards posted, and all hell broke loose. Raven, who decided not to stand on stage because of nerves, projected an image of herself much taller, with hooves, fishnets, a red, just like really sexy outfit, horns that seem more demonic, and just kind of this like really wicked staff. Throw open the doors and stroll down the main the main thoroughfare just as the crown was supposed to hit Allura's head. Renori aided in this by casting dancing lights with black light to kind of bathe the room in this atmospheric light. Faustus also at the same moment yanked the crown from the queen's hand and sent it about, I think it was like 10 or so feet up into the air.
It's about 10 feet in the air.
Yeah.
Just out of reach for an average elf.
And so this all kind of occurred simultaneously. At which you saw the horror upon Tessa's face and the pure rage upon the queen's face.
Allura cried and ran away.
Yes, she did. Allura, she was wearing this like gorgeous sort of like show-stopping pink gown, because it really was, like center of attention, whatever, her day, and she just kind of hauled off and started crying. Chris's face right now is priceless, right? So you all, the coronation came to a screeching halt, and you were ushered into a back sort of minimal study by the queen, who interrogated you, not necessarily officially, but more out of frustration and being flustered, although her demeanor was nothing but icy at the interruption to her daughter's big day. Renori had sort of snapped back at some of the things the queen had to say, not really taking into account the sort of, respect out the window, because what the fuck, and calmed down at Tessa's behest. Raven hid in not in the study, but just outside, and left Tessa a note like apologizing for what had happened, and then she disguised herself as an elf to go and hide in the main crowd so that she wouldn't be seen, because she looks like the image she projected. And after a tense conversation with the queen where it was heavily implied you would be jailed or worse if she found out that you had something to do with this interruption, seeing as you were the only outsiders present at the ceremony, everybody filed back out. Tessa went to go grab her sister, and we are rising up, coming back just as the event has resumed. So, yeah.
DM, can I ask a question really quickly before we... So, if I remember correctly, last session, someone distracted the guards that were kind of moving in on Raven, right?
Yes, thank you for mentioning
and that person ran off, right?
They
and
did.
The guards followed them? Okay. I wanted to make sure that they had, like, left the room.
So not all of the guards have left. So there's quite a number of guards in this room. Some of them seem posted for like security, but there are actually a number of them that seem like they're in more decorative. Let me back up. Everybody's in a sort of decorative version of their uniform, like all of the guards that are in here, and they all seem to be of mixed gender or gender fluid. And there are quite a few of them that are dressed more ostentatiously than the others, and they seem part of the ceremony. So you saw at one point, just before we ended last time, those guards that are dressed more, like they have pauldrons that extend upwards and swooping figures, and their hair is done elegantly. Those guards kind of marched from their posts against the wall into the main aisle and up onto the stage to complete the next part of the ceremony, which you'll see. But there's still a number of guards posted around the chamber, some by the back doors, some kind of still up against the wall, some on the stage, kind of behind the queen and the princess as well. Yeah. So there are still guards in the chamber, but thank you for mentioning that. So after the commotion had ensued, this was like mid-commotion, before interrogation and such. So the queen had kind of swept the chamber just after Raven had caused this distraction, and with impeccable eyesight, despite Raven being disguised, caught Raven's slight movement of like trying to blend back into the crowd, and subtly signaled for the guards to go apprehend her. And a few of the guards did, like in the procession of guards that were filing into the main aisle as part of the ceremony. Two of the guards in the less formal dress that seemed there more for security had also filed in and headed Raven's way. And now Raven, right next to you, there had been this young-ish girl. She seems young, a little bit younger than everybody there. And just sort of like a light pink dress that seems really simple, barefoot, blonde hair, wavy blonde hair that's laced with like white flowers. And she like stuck out a leg into the aisle to trip one of the guards. And then they both, instead of coming for you, which their eyes were locked on you, they chased after her as she fled the chamber. So that's where we're picking up now. So some of the guards have, after this girl has just fled the chamber, which doesn't seem to have caused a lot of fuss. Like, there are a few, like, offended gasps and such from the crowd, especially at the back of the room, but for the most part, the ceremony's trucking on. These guards file into the main aisle and then march in rhythm up onto the main stage, and then they file in to kind of surround the queen and the princess. Faustus, where's the crown? Is it still in the air?
The crown only would have stayed in the air for, I think, like a minute.
Okay.
And then it would have just dropped. So it probably would have stayed up until we came back outside, maybe, at most.
Okay.
And then dropped back down.
Okay, so, in the recap as well, I forgot to mention, Tessa has a twin brother who's slightly younger than her. His name is Elian, and he's with everybody as well. So, with the crown is now on the floor, and it's been there for a little while, ever since you returned back. You actually see there's like a kind of lanky looking guard with this like chestnut brown hair that's cut pretty short, and he scrambles forward and like very gently scoops it up on shaking hands and then places it into that box where it was sitting initially, and then he files back in line and into form. And the guards march up onto the stage, file up behind Allura and her mother, and the queen kind of surveys the crowd with that cold gaze, and then it's kind of melts a little bit as she turns back to her daughter. And she, once again, takes the crown in gentle hands out of the box, and she lifts it, and she places it onto Allura's head. Allura just kneel down as she accepts it, and then she stands and she turns out to the crowd, and then there is a uproar of applause. Raven, you're more in the crowd. Everybody, it's like kind of sports bro energy, but less toxic, just more visceral excitement. You hear some people weeping. You hear a lot of like just cheering, some like the kind of impact of people hugging. And from up on the stage, you just see everybody in pure joy, and it's like, you know, you're just there. And after the crown is placed upon Allura's head, the queen kind of steps back for a moment, and Tessa takes this like shaky exhale from where she's standing with you all, and then she steps forward. And she takes her sister's hands in hers, and there's like an immediate hush falls over the room. And Tessa turns over her shoulder to look at you guys, and she gives you a sad kind of smile, and then she turns back to the crowd and then back to her sister once again. And you can see with them standing together that sort of striking resemblance, but Allura definitely has more elegant elven features versus where Tessa takes off after more of a human appearance. And she says, many of you know I've had a somewhat strained relationship with my position here in Alhazari. I feel like we all for a while thought that it would be me accepting this crown. And I have still not processed that it's you standing here and not me. And it might be a bit selfish, but it stings. But when I think about it deeply, Allura, I know you're going to take care of this country and its people. And I know that you're going to, in a lot of ways, succeed where I would have and have already failed. And she just kind of like interlaces her fingers with her sister's, and then there's this like gentle pulse of blue light, and you see those tattoos that are running down Tessa's arms and her legs like start to glow faintly, and little like shimmering particles lift off and kind of flutter over through the air onto Allura's skin. And you see almost an exact copy, a little different in the design, but these swirling sort of shapes outline themselves up Allura's arms. And Tessa's like chanting quietly in Elvish. And after a little while, those outlines are placed upon the skin. And then she kind of steps back for a moment, drops her hands in front of her. All right. Allura, you know that in order to officially achieve your position, you must successfully complete a pilgrimage. But by my authority, you are now crowned. May you lead with light and care. And Tessa shuffles backwards to where she was standing. And for those of you closer to her, so probably like Faustus and Renori tied to, you see her shoulders start to shake, and it doesn't seem like happy tears. So the ceremony continues on. Allura gives like a speech about like how she's going to protect her people and everything like that, and everybody seems just kind of enraptured with it, but honestly kind of boring. What are we doing?
Well, the minute that Tessa would have come back and Renori would have noticed her crying unhappily, she would have very subtly, like out of sight, just kind of gently placed an arm, like a hand on Tessa. If Tessa pulled away at all, she would, back off, but just trying to give at least a little bit of a comforting touch.
She gives you a grateful smile.
And Renori will just stay quiet, knowing better than to do anything right now.
Nice. Okay.
At this point.
Tide is gonna be making eye contact with Elian That's his name, right?
Yes, that is his name.
Elian. And just kind of giving him one of the, like...
Plant daddy. Sorry.
Just trying to, like, make eye contact with him and start a conversation without starting a conversation during the ceremony. And he'll, like, pay attention to Tessa and, like, do one of, like, the pats, but he's focused.
I'm so sorry. I so desperately want to go next, just to juxtapose.
Okay, you can. That's fine.
Versus, can I just quickly get like a vibe check to see, like, on a scale of 1 to 10, how like in the shit is Raven right now?
Like with like, okay, are you like, wait?
Let's roll a vibe check, please.
There should be a vibe.
Roll, you know,
yeah,
roll me a perception check. Roll me a perception check. And then hold, you know what? Hold on to it for a second. So Tide, Elian is this. He's like pretty tall, a little bit shorter than you, and not necessarily lean, but he's pretty well built, and he's wearing mostly these green, sort of ornate like vest situation over like a nice light shirt, and he's everybody else is sort of like in more appropriate formal wear, but he's got like his sleeves rucked up, and he's got these like light brown locks that have plants weaving through them and everything, and there's like light blossoms that kind of drift through his hair as he's got it like pulled, and on his head is a sparkling golden crown with green gems kind of laced throughout it. And whereas everybody else, who, whether or not they're actually interested, is giving the appearance of being interested, Elian is just sitting there like this. And you, like, see his eyes drifting shut every once in a while, and then he, like, perks them back up. And, after one particularly bad scare, he kind of looks over in the direction of everybody else to see if anybody saw him, and he sees you making eye contact, and he grins at you a little bit.
Nice.
Raven, what's that vibe check?
16.
Okay. So, you gather your primary sources. You are probably very fucked. You definitely have not being present, like, you know, not looking like yourself to your advantage. You get the impression that you just got lucky, but you're not quite sure how long that luck is lasting or how lucky you are. There are no more, like, after those initial couple of guards ran off after that girl that was next to you. Nobody else seems to really turn your direction to like look, like you didn't see anybody else trying to clock you really in this room. But you also did cause a colossal disruption, so you kind of, like, not out of the woods yet, but for the moment, you're okay.
Cool. Raven's just going to then, like, try to act as normal as she can and, like, take cues from the people around her. So when people cheer, she'll, like, applaud, stuff like that.
Okay.
But she's definitely still, like, cold sweat. Like, if somebody were to, like, touch her, like, the small of her back, it would be, like,
damp.
Yeah.
Nice.
Faustus, what are you up to?
Probably just keeping the peace at this point. Faustus likes to poke the bear, but if he gets swatted at, he'll back down. He's not gonna stand there and, like, fight the queen. He's just like, whatever.
Okay. So there comes to a part after Allura concludes her speeches, and there's a couple other, like, you get the impression these are probably advisor sort of figures, like, scurry up to say things, and then Allura gives everyone a general curtsy in the crowd, and then they return it. Raven, can you roll me a performance check, please?
Oh, I can certainly try. A 19.
Nice. Okay, so Allura curtsies at the crowd, and everybody does this, like, so there's the general curtsy, and some of the more masculine or presenting individuals do a bow, but it really seems like it's up to preference. And then everybody in the crowd does like a series of hand motions, like just sort of, it's very quick. Gives the impression of like a handshake, but not quite with another person there to do it. And then everybody lifts their hands, and you don't quite get the motions because you don't know what they are, but you convincingly enough pass off the timing so it looks like you know what you're doing.
So it's not the Macarena.
It is not the Macarena, no.
God.
No, unfortunately not. You're able to stay pretty discreet. So after these speeches sort of conclude and everything, Allura drifts over your way. And starting at the end with Lori, she kind of like starts not necessarily shaking hands, but like holding your hands, and she does this thing where she like presses a kiss to the knuckles. It seems very like ceremonial or whatever. Laurel kind of like eyes wide, like almost a moment of gay panic, and then she just kind of curtsies again, which is not what she's supposed to do. But Allura seems very
lady
amused.
Miss Ma'am. Lady Miss Ma'am.
Exactly that energy. She's keeping up on her brand.
Sorry.
Mommy, sorry.
Not this. I mean, she wouldn't be wrong.
The lady, sorry.
She would not be wrong.
And Laurel, please actually say mommy by accident. Thank you, mommy. Sorry.
Thankfully, this interaction does not require speech, because I guarantee you. So Allura, like, does that, and then, Lori kind of, like, panic curtsies, and then she just turns, like, pink, and she stands, and she kind of got, like, her head tilted forward. Faustus, she moves to you, and you see her, she's got, like, this sort of, like, golden makeup situation going on that's, like, a bit smudged from when she ran off crying, and she, extends her hand to you.
Then the hand, and it's just like no, like this, just like sort of very slowly and just sort of grip it very limply.
Oh, great. Okay.
Is his hand clammy?
Absolutely.
Nice.
Not in a fun way.
Oh no.
How is it in a fun way?
Yeah, I kind of want you to break that down for us. What does that mean?
Explain fun clam. Never mind. Nope.
Actually, you know what? Never mind. Take it back now, y'all.
TOS.
Yeah, you know we've come pretty close. A few times.
Said it out loud, and then now we get it.
Yeah, our actions do have consequences. It's the theme of this episode.
I may have implied it, and you may have inferred it, but I never said it.
Us all last episode.
Exactly. I may have implied it. I may have inferred it. No, but he'll extend a hand.
Okay.
It's not really in the proper format.
She takes it, and a little. She just kind of like, it's very limp, and she kind of is trying her best, but you're not cooperating actively.
I just say I'm not familiar with the customs.
She leans in and whispers, "That's okay. Nice to meet you, by the way." And she places a kiss upon your knuckles.
Oh.
And then she slides down to the next person. I don't remember what order you're standing in, so we're just making it up. Tessa, she does the same thing with Tessa, and then Tessa actually, you can tell it's like a different part of the custom. Tessa pulls Allura forward and like gives her a kiss on the forehead, and there's like a gentle spark of golden energy that comes out of that, and then she slides down again, and Tide, she's in front of you, and she's extending her hand.
Tide is going to do one of those bows where like it's like the right hand is on the stomach, the left hand is behind him, and he'll bow and like kind of like look up, but he's not looking at her. He's looking straight past her, and will have like a smirk on his face, and then stand up and then make eye contact with her and say, "Congrats."
Thank you.
I got a dirty 20 to see if I could sense Tide's horniness.
I mean,
he's not hiding it. So
he's not hiding it. I don't think anybody needs assistant.
I rolled anyway, but Raven's just like...
It's pretty apparent. Okay, so after that, she kind of awkwardly scoots down again. Renori, she's in front of you, and she does the same thing, like she extends a hand.
Yeah, Renori will give her hand and try to do, like, what she's observed the custom to be, like, on her end.
Okay.
As to not fuck anything else up.
She presses a kiss to the knuckle, and she says, she kind of whispers, like, she lingers for a moment with you, she kind of whispers, like, oh god, what would she say? It's nice to meet you.
Renori's just gonna whisper, like, really quietly and hurriedly, I'm so sorry.
As she's, like, moving down to Casper, she goes, you have nothing to apologize for. Like, she just all grace and sparkles.
You're perfect. Renori will say as she moves away.
Faust just rolls his eyes like two people over.
She gives you this, kind of almost like bashful smile, and you can see there's like a small gap between her front teeth as she does, and she moves down again and to Elian, who they kind of have this moment, like she extends a hand and he gives it to her, but he's like clearly messing with her, like he does something and she's like, stop it, oh shit, like they just have this little exchange before she slides back around the stage. And a few more exchanges, a longer, more heartfelt monologue from the queen, and for all of the threatening energy that was in that the study earlier, a lot of that seems to have melted away. And she embraces her daughter, and then they turn back out to the crowd, and everybody stands and applauds, and it gives you the energy of a performance concluded. Tessa kind of like gestures for you all to move forward to stand alongside them, and kind of applaud as well. And what are we doing?
Renori will wait to take any cues for like what she should do next.
Okay.
She's not gonna make choices here.
Enough choices.
There were
We've made enough.
choices.
So many choices were made. So many.
Yeah, Raven is just doing what the crowd is doing, like the people in her immediate vicinity.
Okay.
Which is us. So we're all looking at each other going, oh shit, none of us know what we're
No, I'm in
supposed
the
to do.
crowd.
No, Raven.
Oh,
Raven's
right, you are in the
audience.
crowd.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
true. Well, the rest of us are just looking at each other for inspiration, I guess.
Hell yeah.
Tide will walk forward and like maintain the positioning he's like supposed to be in terms of like what side of not the ceremony that he's supposed to be on, but be as close to Elian as he can get without it being like weird.
Okay.
So, like, I would imagine it's like him.
Exactly how far is that?
And then like there's a couple people in between, and then
For those of us who are wondering.
Like,
So
he would be the closest person.
Okay, Elian is at the very end. So Allura and the Queen are like here, and Elian's like here maybe, and then Laurel's at the other end. It was Laurel, and then Faustus, and then and then Tessa,
Renori.
and then Renori,
And then
Casper, and then Tide. Yeah, so you're next to him anyway.
Okay.
Yep. So you could. He's right there. He's right next to you.
Yeah. So he'll walk up and not say anything or look at him when he walks up. Just kind of doing what he's supposed to be doing in terms of clapping and looking outward, I guess, to the crowd, waiting for him to make the next move.
Okay. He kind of your eyes meet for a moment, and he does give you a smile, but he doesn't quite do anything right now. Okay, so everybody erupts into applause. Raven in the crowd, everybody's like jumping and everything around you, and in the midst of all of this, Allura kind of steps forward, and she's like bouncing a little bit, like she goes, okay, and her mother immediately pinches the bridge of her nose, because like all of the formal shit has gone out the window at this point. She's like, let's drink. And the entire crowd just erupts into cheers. And then you see
Raven's cheers is a lot more genuine and a lot less acting at the let's drink.
Oh, yeah.
She's desperate in need of some.
So, the crowd immediately, like, just like Disney at closing, just waves of people all rushing for the doors, trying to get out. And you're probably, like, swept up in it, unless you're actively fighting to stay where you are.
Raven will go out with the crowd, but kind of, like, as soon as she's outside of the doors, kind of, like, hold back a little bit, just to see, like, what the rest of them are gonna do.
Okay.
And I think that I forgot I had this, as a thing, but I have... I think I have this. Yeah, ghostly gaze. So I can look through solid objects. It's only gonna last for like a minute, but I think that she'll start to do it as soon as everyone is out, so that she can like see what they're doing.
Okay. So you okay, so we'll catch up with you in a second then. But for the most part, you still see everybody on stages. It takes a little while for everybody to file out. So, and also your range is 30 feet, and the chamber is a little bit larger than that. So unless you want to hang, are you going to hang inside, or do you want to still wait outside?
Is there any way for me to like go on the outside of the wall and like be able to see through the wall to where they are?
They are about, from where you would be on the outside of the building, maybe like 90 feet from you. So you could try to go around the outside of the building to get closer to where the Grand Chamber is, but not from where you are right now. You could either go around the outside of the building or go back in.
I'll go through the outside of the building. I think that Raven just does not want to be on the radar of anyone in the royal family at the moment. So she'll try doing it from the outside. So that's what she could be doing. So she'll go around. That'll take like a little bit of time. And then as soon as she gets there, she'll use Ghostly Gaze.
Roll me stealth and then hold on to it. And then just hold on to the number. Okay, so back inside, you see all the crowd kind of file in. And the queen kind of, like, sighs a little bit and looks at Allura, who's still kind of, like, bouncing in place a little bit because she's, like, waiting to go. And the queen just kind of, like, rolls her eyes, like, one of these days we'll actually stick through the customs, but this is the longest you've lasted, so I'm proud of you. Allura doesn't even dignify with that with a response. She takes off all the layers of her gown in hand, running back into like the deeper wings of the castle, and like she has like a light, sort of like a pink veil that was like a part of the ensemble that's like flapping behind her as she just disappears. And the queen doesn't look too upset. She's just a little exasperated as she turns to all of you, and she kind of just huffs and well, you're here. Few of the first outsiders we've welcomed in quite a bit of time, and while I'm still not fond of what occurred, I encourage you to enjoy yourselves. This is for most of you don't appear to be of elven descent, and her eyes kind of flicker over to Renori for a moment. So this is quite literally a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I hope it's fulfilling. And then she kind of drifts off after Allura.
Renori will just, like, at the mention of elven descent, like, kind of flinch a little bit because she's so disconnected from her own heritage.
I still can't get over the sad cat description from last time. Okay. The queen drifts away into the deeper chambers of this palace, and you're left with Tessa and Elian. So just your crew and Casper as well. And
Laurel.
And Laurel. I'm never gonna remember her. I don't know why.
Justice for Laurel.
Justice for Laurel.
Justice for Laurel.
One of our characters needs to start flirting with her, and then she'll be canonized.
Oh my god.
Flirted with every other NPC.
That's really how that happens, huh?
That is true, actually. Damn.
I mean, Raven did try being a wing woman at the end of the...
Clearly that wasn't enough, because it didn't stick in the old noggin. Okay, so you're all left in this main hall. Pretty much the entire crowd is filed out. Some of the guards are still lingering, like, behind you on the stage, and then a few in the chamber as well, like... but even they seem to have, like, relaxed a little bit, like, they're kind of talking to each other, but the ones behind you are still, like, very stoic, and... yeah, it's your crew.
Tide is gonna... Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Tide is gonna let out, not like a sigh, but like a... And then kind of look at his party and say, should we go to the bar? Some of the best stories are often discussed over a drink. And then he'll give a quick glance to Elian and be saying this to the party, but looking at Elian.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be at the bar. And then he's gonna start
Your back is completely turned from everybody else, and you're literally only talking to Elian.
Well, the first half he was talking to the party. Like,
okay.
We should go to this. And then when he turns when he goes to say, I'll be at the bar, to Elian, but he's saying it to everybody, but he's making a point to let Elian know where he'll be.
Okay.
And then Tide is gonna start walking out.
You can give me the stealth now.
9.
Okay. So the crowd, you kind of go out with the crowd, and everybody's kind of jostling because the palace comes. There's a rather large, like, hall, full of, like, decorative objects and such that have kind of been cleared out to let people pass through, but even then there's just so many people. It's like a lot of bumping, and then you've exited the palace and you're kind of there's like a small sort of like courtyard before the main doors and then the outer gates, and you kind of are able to step out of the general, like, stream of people as they flow out the gates, kind of ushered by some of the guards, and slip around one of the corners of the buildings. You don't really appear to be seen, like, you're just kind of making your way downtown. And you get to a certain point where you can start to see the very faint flickers of, like, Tide and, like, Tessa, but it's kind of like just the outer edges of their bodies. Like, you can't get a really great read on the full group, and as you continue to try and get a better vantage point, there's a tap on your shoulder.
That's what Raven does. She, like, completely just, like, spasms and then freezes, and just clenches her eyes, and she's just like she's not gonna turn around to look at this person.
You hear a kind of a feminine voice, like, hi, you are not supposed to be here.
Raven is going to slowly turn to face this person, still not saying anything.
You see the girl that ran out of the chamber after tripping one of the guards. She looks like, okay, elf years are weird, but she's probably about, like, 16 to 18, like, kind of young. She's got the distinct pointed ears, pretty pale, the smattering of freckles, like, across her nose and her shoulders, which are bared in this, like, light pink gown that stops at her knees. She's got long blonde hair that's super wavy and falls across, like, her shoulders and down her back, and there's, like, light pink and white flowers intertwined throughout it. And she gives you this big grin. She goes, I've been looking for you. Your work, incredible. How'd you do that?
It was an accident.
You accidentally stopped the entire coordination? It's like, if that was an actual accident, that's really impressive.
I think I may have misunderstood something.
Okay.
Uh,
She kind of holds out a hand so that you can, like, stand, because I like to assume you're still kind of, like, crouched.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's just kind of, like, observing you, and she seems, like, amused, but not in a condescending sense. Like, she seems like she's vibing right now.
Everybody else seems far up the royals' asses. So, like, why did you save me?
Well, I'm not. And I think all of this is bullshit. And, I mean, Tessa's nice. She's really nice. But, like, this is all, look at this. I mean, it's disgusting. And I'm sick of it. And they all act like, we're so important, but they're not.
Are they corrupt in some way?
More like there's no need for a monarchy anymore. And they're just keeping this poor thing alive.
So if the royal family don't run this country, who does?
Oh no, they run it. But we've gotten to a point, I think, where back when the country was younger or whatever, they didn't really pay much attention in history, gotta tell you. But we were a lot smaller. We weren't from here. This was kind of where we decided our home was gonna be, and then we needed more personal, close leadership. So one person of their lineage was appointed, and then time went on, and now there's like so many of us, and we're all completely fine, and we don't get involved in wars, and there's like literally nothing fucking going on, and we're just still doing all of this instead of, like, I don't know, forming a council or appointing leadership. So it's just really it's really grand, especially for the people at the bottom.
Raven is just like, I have no actual grasp on Alhasari politics, but I know Tessa personally. Don't know how she feels about me at the moment, which is my, oh god, but anyway, like, just follow me, and then Raven's going to go back towards the entrance to get into the castle.
Okay. Are you sneaking
and
in, or are you walking in?
No, I'm just gonna walk in, like I usher this elf person who I still haven't asked the name of.
Okay. So she is following you in tow, and the two of you are sort of heading for the palace entrance. Okay. Tide, you probably run into Tide because as he's leaving for the bar. So Tide, you there's two elves in front of you, one with like darker brown hair and white flowers. I don't think you probably would have clocked Raven, and then there's just like a shorter blonde elf.
No, I am. Did I mention this at some point?
You did a flicker, but only it was for like Renori caught it.
Yeah, I think that something happens where Raven's disguised self started wearing off, and so she had to recast it, and in that time she chose to turn herself into an elf that looks alarmingly like Renori, but not quite like Renori. So like that's who you see. It's just like an almost another Renori standing in front of you.
Okay.
Oh, poor Tide. Oh no.
This is like the worst possible person to do this to.
Tide is gonna look at Raven. But I'm assuming he's behind them, correct?
The group is behind you. Like, you've walked down the stage and towards the main. Yeah, so the group's behind you. Raven's in front of you.
Right. Okay. So he's gonna look at Raven. So he's gonna see like the back of her head, her backside, like her back and everything. And like take a second, think really hard about it, and then kind of like turn around behind him. Like just like look back and then turn around and be like, I don't remember seeing her walk past me.
Hi, it's me, Raven.
Oh shit. Hey.
Hey.
You look good.
Am I gonna how did the queen mention she's still trying to find me, or like were you too busy trying to get your dick wet?
I'm gonna be honest. I wasn't super listening.
Yeah, that's what I thought, and she's just gonna move right past Tide.
She walked the other way though. Like she went back, like she's not coming this way.
Okay, cool, thank you. It's just gonna keep going.
I love this group. Okay, Raven. Raven pushes past you, Tide, and with this stranger in tow.
Yeah, so I am inside now.
What's up, Tide?
Walmart Renori enters the building.
Oh my god.
Crying.
Raven's going back into the chambers?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going the opposite. Okay.
Yeah, so we'll catch up with you in a second. So you make your way out of the grand doors, which have been opened, and out into the main city, just on the tails of the giant crowd that's left. Faustus, you see Walmart Renori walking up to the rest of the group as well.
So Faustus sees Walmart Renori.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
Disguise self, Faustus is familiar with, because he did have it in his spellbook at one point, but swapped it out at a higher level. You can make an investigation check against the spell save DC to see if you see through the disguise.
Go
If he
for it.
attempts to do that, like he sees someone who looks a lot like Renori, and he's like, okay, wait a minute.
Suspicious.
And he just wants to take a closer look and see if he can pierce the veil.
Okay.
What's your spell save DC?
Wouldn't I like to know?
It's at the top of your spell sheet.
It's 15.
GM, does Renori know because she caught the flicker and all of
Renori,
that stuff?
you know. Yeah, because you caught you're the only one who caught the flicker, so you don't have to investigate further.
Hate everything. I rolled almost as low as I possibly can. I got a 2.
So
it's a 13.
Okay.
So I can't tell.
You are incredibly suspicious because pretty much all of the elves you've seen so far have been somewhat visually distinct from each other. Like, even the ones that share the same features, whether... Like, they seem like a varied people, not so much the all tall, all thin, all blonde kind of image of them that gets peddled outside of their more home regions. But also, this could be Renori's cousin.
So as Raven walks up, Renori's gonna go, can you not look like me? It really weirds me out, actually.
Raven will cast Disguise Self again.
I knew it.
To look exactly like Casper.
No.
That...
Okay,
You're treading on thin ice here. It weirds me out even more.
There's a
the ice
flicker.
is thin 'cause it's getting hot.
Hell yeah. There is a flicker, and then you see another Casper before you. Same outfit, same everything for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
Is this better?
No, can you...
Casper looks visibly uncomfortable.
Can you please pick someone, like, that we don't know?
Okay, and then Raven
or that's
will kind
not
of...
here?
Oh, that's a good idea. Raven transforms herself into if Boomstick was an elf and was also wearing this like generic ceremonial
yeah, okay, so you there's
Sunday
another
best.
flicker, and then you see Boomstick in front of you, and she looks pretty much the same. It's just that she's in this sort of ceremonial outfit.
This is better.
I mean, Casper kind of like clears his throat. It's weird for me, definitely weird for me, but better, I guess.
You're
trying,
muted.
yeah. I realized trying not to die is a little bit higher on my priorities list there, but
yeah,
so like
that's I get it. It's fine.
Cool. Glad we're all on the same page now.
Listen,
am I fucked? Like super like up the ass?
Isn't Tessa right here?
Tessa is standing right there.
Like how did the queen seem? Am I like people want my head on a platter?
Renori's gonna like lean towards Raven, but Boomstick, but not Boomstick, actually Raven, and just say, I think maybe you should be a little bit more worried about where you stand with Tessa.
I don't know how to even broach the subject. So if I pretend like it doesn't exist, I don't have to deal with it.
That's the opposite of how problems work. And then Renori's gonna turn towards Tessa.
Mm-hmm.
Tessa, I can only apologize on my behalf. So I'm very sorry. I took what you had said significantly out of context and blew it out of proportion. And I'm sorry for yelling at your mom, the queen, a lot a little while ago. I just wanted to hopefully take her anger away from you and focus it on me. But I realized that probably actually didn't help at all. So I'm sorry. I have never really been... You know what? Never mind. I'm just sorry. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, Tessa. How are you doing? What are you thinking? Renori's just gonna sputter out, like
rolling stones into a giant help sign on a beach. That's what's happening. Please help me. Let me get away from this feeling of shame.
Yeah.
So throughout the ceremony, like even when she was she had that moment of crying, for the most part she kept up like a sort of polite smile, like trying to pass off her feelings as more like to blend in with the crowd. And you probably like for the first time, because there was just kind of a lot happening once the crowd filed up, like you turn to her and you just see like her shoulders are slumped. She seems kind of lost in thought, and then you speak to her and you start apologizing. She said, Renori, it's okay. I suppose I should have been more clear about what I meant.
Nope. That's not on you, Tessa. Please don't make
it. Well, I mean, it is a little bit.
Faustus.
Look, we came here under the pretenses of visiting your homeland, but we didn't know that your mother was the queen. That might have been information to pass along before we came in.
I mean, before we got here, I wasn't intending on... I didn't know the coronation was today. And then I got so wrapped up in my own head about what I was going to do. I haven't been home in... All this time I've been gone. And I have no idea how long I'd been gone. And at least my people have a longer lifespan. It wasn't so much of a worry, but coming back home for the first time after being missing, having to pass off the crown to a sister that I barely got to watch grow up, it was a lot. I was trying to figure out. So I'm sorry. Genuinely, I am. I should have. There's a lot I should have said and packaged better, and just forget it. I'm gonna go get myself a drink. And she starts walking for the door.
Raven is going to like keep a little bit, like a step behind Tessa and kind of follow her out.
Okay. She does not turn back to acknowledge you. And the elf that had been with you is still kind of also trailing behind.
Minori's actually gonna like point at the person that she doesn't know. Hey,
hi.
Who are you, by the way?
What?
We haven't met.
Oh, hi. I'm Serena.
What?
Serena.
I'm Renori.
Hi, Renori. And she sticks out a hand.
Renori shakes her hand.
Okay. And she turns to you, Faustus, and she sticks out a hand. Serena.
Little limp, clammy hand.
Oh my god.
She does not
Loose
seem
grasp.
concerned.
I hate it.
Raven. I like to imagine this is
touch
happening.
Touch each other a
Cecil.
lot for greetings, don't they?
Touchy people.
It's new for me.
Yeah. I mean, you get used to it unless you don't stay. I'm gonna go. And she starts turning around.
Renori will turn to like Faustus, Laurel, Casper. Yep, that's who we have left. And Elian.
And Elian. Elian is still here.
Okay. So Renori will turn to all of them and go, so I guess we're drinking.
That would be Elian. That would be wonderful.
Hey, Elian? What should we do? And Renori's just gonna gesture at everything.
Hold on. Gotta grab the dice. Hold on a second.
Oh my god.
Well, we should only be concerned about what we need to do, Renori, if we did anything wrong. Which we didn't.
We're not fooling Elian and Tessa.
You're not.
Faustus.
That's the story, we're sticking to it.
He kind of like, I appreciate the attempt.
Thieves.
Well, smart moves. Don't take accountability for shit.
Done.
Unless it's with Tessa, because that, definitely not ideal. I would be upset if I cared more.
Well, you get what you pay for, and we haven't been paid in a while.
You know, I don't know exactly what happened or why y'all. Honestly, I don't really want to know. The less I know, the better.
When I stuck it to my old man, it was very literal. It was with a knife. And so this seems tame by comparison, so...
Okay. To give context...
We're missing some context, I think.
To give context, okay, and he kind of, like, takes the crown off his head, and he looks at it, and he kind of, like, polishes it with his sleeve a little bit, and then he rolls his eyes and puts it back on his head. Okay, elves live a while. It's pretty common knowledge. We usually don't replace a ruler unless the old ruler's stepping down, they've been killed, whatever, they don't want to do it anymore. And Laura's going to, in a few years, she's been crowned, so technically Mom is Queen Regent now, and Allura's like she's in charge too. It's a whole thing, but like in a few years they're gonna switch, and it's like a really big deal because it only happens every once in a while, and the fact that Mom's still alive and it's not out of necessity makes it pretty big, because Mom's like stepping down, and then also it's like I mean, it definitely should have been Tessa, but like Allura's been working her whole life for this moment, and so the context is, I don't know what Tessa told you about what was happening, but this is basically like crowning jewel of Allura's life for the moment. And then also like so many people who have died and not gotten to witness a coronation, or kids who are getting to see one for the first time, or whatever, you know, like it's a big deal.
Yes, I am picking up on that. I think that some of personal attachments and deep feelings for Tessa perhaps made us protective of her, because she did insinuate that her relationship with the family isn't awesome.
Yeah, no, it's not.
So I think, you know, we took that and some of us extrapolated that we should use this opportunity to give your family the middle finger.
Yes, and again, not to keep continuously talking about stabbing, but so far when people have not gotten along with the friends that we travel with, we usually kill them. So again, this was really kind of this was a pretty clean act overall from top to bottom.
This is
It could have been a lot.
option.
It could have been a lot worse. It could have been a lot worse.
Gotta say, huge fan of you not stabbing my mom or sister. I think that would be great.
That's not on the table.
Even better. Yeah. I would have to say, of like top things I would love to happen today that's not really on the list. I think it was fun.
As long as they don't try to stab me.
I don't have an issue with what happened. Like, I think it was fun. I just also, you know, kind of just came into it. It's like, think about it like this, right? Kids having a birthday party, and you guys just kind of like slammed a steel chair into the cake when they were supposed to blow out the candles. And like, if you didn't like the kid, it'd be hilarious. But like, also, it's kind of like I know the kid, so it's weird for me, but it's like also fun. Yeah.
Yes, the attitudes of the interruption of a celebration resulting in the killing of foreign visitors does have much more similarity to a child's birthday party than I think you intend with your analogy, but...
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah, so to figure out what we need to do to make amends with Tessa, that's a Tessa question. But, like, if you had to venture a guess, being her twin brother and everything, like, what should we do?
Look, Tess tends to internalize a lot. She kind of, if something happens, she's a little older than me, and for a while it was just the two of us, before Allura came along, so she's used to being in control, and she's kind of used to things being her fault. So I guess like I know I just said don't take accountability, but I mean that, like, if you're questioned, don't. But with Tessa, I think the best thing you can do is probably, I don't know, just let her know that it's not her fault, because she's going to do backflips to convince herself that it is. And I know she's been through a lot lately. And also just see if there's anything you can do for her. This was already a lot before the everything that just happened.
Yeah, I'm picking up on that.
Yeah.
So does that mean we all get to go drink now, though? Like,
oh, yeah.
What's that look like out there?
Yeah, so
live or die or prison or not as big of a question as drinking or not.
No, dancing, drinking, good food, probably for 2 days.
I can break out of a jail. I mean, that's fine.
You seem very capable, so I'm actually not going to pass judgment on that, but I wouldn't try.
Is it a cash bar or on the house situation?
I'll cover you guys.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll cover you.
You're really cool.
Oh, thanks. You're pretty cool yourself.
Oh, Renori, like, immediately goes dark purple. like from 0 to 60. Like, compliments?
Yeah.
What?
Come on, let's, your friend went ahead, so we should probably go catch up with him.
Your sister, too.
Oh, well, yeah, that your other friend? I wasn't quite sure what was going on there, but your other friend went with her, so they might be fine. I don't know. Well, let's go see.
Okay.
And
Renori
you guys...
will grab Casper's hand.
Oh. He laces his fingers with yours, gives you a little squeeze.
Follow.
Okay, so catching up with Tide, because you're going to get outside first. So you, way before all of this is happening, you exit the palace gates. And there's like a line of people in sort of the festival garb lined up outside of the palace, and they're all holding like flowers and such, and like flower crowns and necklaces and everything like that. And as you, by the way, you can like see the tail end of the crowd that left the palace, so it's not like just you, but you're still a little bit of a distance from them. So you see people like going down this line and like picking up what flowers that they want and wearing them and things like that. And so as you start to walk out, like, there are people handing you, in different colors and everything like that.
Oh, I'm good. I'm good. All right, and then finally he'll just...
No, and the mage hand is just, and like flower petals just sort of scatter away. No. Not for me. Thank you. No.
Tide will take, I guess, one just to kind of get them to leave him alone, like one like of the crowns.
Okay.
I guess.
There's a crown of like violets and these small like yellow flowers peppered within, and it's a bit smaller than some of the others, so like a bit more clean. And you can take that from somebody as you pass down this line. And you make it to, so there's like an open area that's been strung with like these lanterns, and people are dancing among like the dirt, and the dirt here seems like soft, like not like mulch or anything, so everybody's like barefoot, but it seems fine. A lot of people dancing, there's a live band of people like with string instruments and singing and everything, gorgeous voices. And the people on the dance floor are singing along too, some drunkenly, some pretty good, and keeping tune with this. Seems like a pretty popular song or whatever, like everybody seems to know it here. There's also you see the bar kind of behind this situation. There's just this long light wood bar that seems like it's been almost sprouted up out of the earth, like all of these roots are entangling and then they grow to form like a flat surface, and then there are like a variety of stools in front of it that also seem like sprouted in a similar manner. And behind the bar there are a couple bartenders. There's one elven woman with like long dark hair, and she's got kind of like a pretty big nose, and she seems to be rather roughly serving drinks. And then there's another woman, and she's got like, she looks a little bit older. She's got red hair that kind of stops at her shoulders with like gray streaks running through, and she's got goggles pulled up on her head, like kind of like a headband. And she's got her sleeves rolled up, and she's serving drinks and kind of chatting with people as well.
Yeah, so Tide will walk like kind of along the outside of where people are dancing over to the bar and try to flag one of the bartenders down.
Okay, it takes a while. The dark-haired elf looks at you, sees you flagging her, and then continues to serve other people. And then the redhead kind of like slides down a little bit. She goes, "Hey, what can I get you?"
Something with a good amount of alcohol in it.
That I can do. And she leans under the bar and she pulls out like quite a few different shade bottles of like varying liquids in different colors. A couple of the things are like steaming. And she just pulls out this like small copper mug, and she's like lightning, just tossing stuff up, pouring it, catching it. At one point there's like this small light green fruit that she cracks open over the edge, and the juice like drips down into the drink, and there's like a small puff, and she's just mixing all of this shit, right? And she shoves it aside. She slides forward this little mug, and you see a name tag kind of haphazardly made of bark and like charcoal attached to like her formal wear, and it says Mara on it.
Thanks, Mara.
Yeah, no problem. Come see me if you need anything else. And then she slides down to the other people.
Oh, I'm sure I will. And he's gonna not like, because the bar is pretty busy, he's gonna take a little bit of a step back, but still maintaining like some proximity to the bar since that's where he said he would be, and kind of be like kind of looking over his shoulder to see if anybody's coming from his party, and Alien, and will take a pretty decent swig of the beverage.
It slaps. Absolutely slaps. Like, there's just a freshness about it from whatever that fucking fruit was that she put in it. And it's just sweet enough, but it's like, it has a punch, and, in a good way, like, it's very smooth, and, vibes only. And so you kind of start scoping out where the palace is, and just, I think just as you start to turn around, you see, like, the party making their way out of the palace. It's some distance away, but you can see them. So everybody else, so Faustus, I know you're, like, smacking away stuff with Mage Hand. There's a younger boy, elf boy at the end of the line who's got, like, his hands full of, like, wilted flowers and flower crowns, and you see he's got one of, like, black flowers as well, and he's not even looking up. He's just kicking the dirt in front of him. But he's, like, standing in line with everybody else.
Renori will take the one with black flowers.
He looks up at you. So, are you sure it's bad?
No, it's not. Black is my favorite color.
Oh, awesome. He kind of.
And then Renori will put it on and, like, look at him. How do I look?
Like a princess.
Oh, I don't know if I want to be one of those, but thank you.
You're welcome.
Renori will pat him on the head.
He accepts it.
This little kid doesn't understand gender and politics. And...
Nope. Nope. Not even a little bit. He's 10.
10 years old.
Dismantling misogyny is not on this kid's mind.
No.
And so then Renori will look up at Casper.
He's 10! Listen.
Fuck this kid. He's part of the patriarchy.
Fuck them kids.
Renori will then look up at Casper and be like, how do I look? I'm terrified that she's gonna get the same answer, mind you.
Casper might just say the same thing.
I know.
Casper grins, and he gives you like a quick kiss on the nose, and he goes ethereal.
Renori has nothing to say. Just a significantly darker shade of purple from head to toe. Like,
the kid actually goes like a little bit behind you.
French kissing. If French kissing is with tongue, what's kissing spectrally? What's that? Would that be...
Where'd that question come from?
Didn't you say you said Casper kissed her and then he went ethereal?
No, he said in response to her question, because she asked how did he
like because he's Casper the ghost who's doing some magic bullshit. Because become ethereal is a spell. Hence my confusion.
I can't. I cannot. Oh my god.
If I had been right, it would have been weird.
It would have been weird. It would have. That's why we all. I can't. I see what happened. Yeah. That was not unjust. It was just hilarious.
So Renori's gonna kick the kid in the shin before she keeps walking.
No, why?
Like gently, like the way you might kick a younger sibling in the shin when they go bleh when you kiss your boyfriend.
This is a stranger.
This is a
not
random child.
I'm aware.
No, stop kicking strangers.
You kick him in the shin, and he kind of like, and he's like, kind of scrambles back, and he drops a few of the crowns, and he starts like trying to pick them back up as you walk by.
Lest we remember, Renori being nice to people is a work in progress.
Faustus, he kind of like, are you going with Renori as well? Like when they pass by?
Yeah, I pass by with Renori. I want to wait till we're out of earshot from the kid, but I'm like, the black flower's kind of cool, but it does smell pretty bad because that's just rotten vegetation that you're wearing on your head there, friend.
Renori's gonna just like when they're out of view of the kid, she's throwing it away.
Okay. You toss it to the side. It's pretty easy to duck into the bushes. Okay, so you pass through as well. Raven, the same sort of deal with, you pass through and they're offering flowers. You actually get a few... Did you leave before they did?
Yeah, I was following,
Tessa, that's right. Did you understand... How do you look right now? Are you still Casper?
I look like Boomstick.
You're Boomstick, that's right. Okay. So as you pass through, everybody in the line kind of falls into a hush. There's a few people like curtsying at Tessa, like reaching out. She like takes a few hands as she can and smiles and waves or whatever, but she just looks exhausted. And the few people behind you, there's like some hush whispers and like looks at you because you're following so closely to her. And a few people hand you like they kind of rearrange their stacks to like hand you the best ones.
Raven, without really making eye contact or anything, is just taking all of them. So like whatever she is handed, she is just like arms wreathed with these flower crowns.
There's crowns, there's necklaces, bracelets, all sorts of just made of flowers. You just have this pile. It's kind of like loosely dripping petals of all these different species of flowers, and you make your way down the line. So Tide, you would see Raven as Boomstick. So you see Boomstick and Tessa.
He's not gonna know who that is though, because it's not Boomstick. It's Boomstick as an elf, and he doesn't know what's going on.
Tide, actually, interestingly enough, because of stuff that you know, it just looks like Boomstick. Maybe with a smidge pointier ears.
Okay.
Okay.
He's still gonna be confused because Boomstick didn't come with
Boomstick did not come with you, but Boomstick's here now.
Oh man, I love our himbo so much. Raven is going to like, as soon as there's like not a ton of people around or like necessarily intruding into trying to eavesdrop, she's gonna be like Tessa.
She stops and she turns. Yes.
You didn't want one of these, right? She just sort of
just covered in flower.
Yeah, she like kind of like leans forward with like any of these flower accessories.
I suppose I'll take one. And she takes like a lei of like white flowers, and then she takes like a small crown of like these little white, almost like apple blossoms, but they're like more white than pink, and she puts that on her head as well.
Okay. Did you got my note?
I did.
Yeah, I severely misunderstood what you were talking about. Sorry, my arms are getting tired, and she's just like gonna like put the flowers down onto the ground next to her, and she's just gonna like start to like wipe the petals off, and like she's not really making eye contact. She's just gonna go like, yeah, it was me. I misunderstood. I thought things, and like I couldn't. It was me. I am really sorry. I should probably try to find your sister at some point and apologize to her. She seemed really nice. I didn't expect her to cry. I don't know what I was thinking. But yeah, you don't have to accept my apology. I will be racked with anxiety, trying to figure out where your head is at. But that's my problem. Again, that has nothing to do with you. I will just have to deal because you are entitled to absorb and figure out your feelings at a pace that suits you, regardless of my feelings, and that's totally okay. And I just. She was sorry, she was not breathing an entire monologue of just rambling, and she just goes, I'm really sorry. And if you need some time, that is okay. I will get drunk though, so if in my drunken state I end up approaching you and saying something stupid, I am sorry in advance.
It's all right. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
About the getting drunk thing?
No, about the other part of.
It's just that I feel like you should be mad.
I don't know how I feel right now, and I think I would really like to drink something and not think about it, and then revisit all of this a different time.
Yeah, sure, I'm with you on that one.
And she starts drifting over to the bar, and she doesn't seem, for as present and attentive as she usually is, she just doesn't seem like she's all there right now.
Well, Raven will make her way next to Tide, which I'm assuming, is it like a different bar, or is it all the same?
No, it's the same one.
Okay, but I'm assuming Tessa kind of like drifted over to one side, and then Tide is on the other.
Yeah, Tide is kind of, so there's this dance floor, and then behind the dance floor is the bar. And Tide, you're probably kind of off to the side a little bit, because it's where most people are either like dancing with drink in hand or like kind of sitting on little stools and stuff that are spread out. And like the celebrations go deeper into the city. Like it's not just this one area. You see people running back and forth along paths, sitting up on those platforms that you observed that almost look like giant mushrooms kind of growing out of the trees at places. It's just that this is where a lot of the crowd that came out of the palace has been situated, like getting their drink and such. So, Tide, you're kind of off to the side of the dance floor. Raven, you have clear line of sight. And then after that, everybody's going to come out in a second, but you have a few, like a minute or two.
Yeah, so Raven is going to go up to like an opposite end of wherever Tessa is at, because she's trying to give Tessa space, but at the same time she's in desperate need of alcohol. Hold on, I'm just trying to do a quick head count. Okay. Raven, in her best like odd valley girl, will be like, excuse me, can I have service, please?
At the bar?
Yeah.
Okay, that dark-haired elf, so there's Mara and then this other woman, and she looks at you, she goes, what do you want?
Yeah, can I just get 6 shots of your strongest alcohol, please? This will be on Prince Alliance tab.
Can you roll me persuasion?
Yep.
Tide is intently staring at Raven as Boomstick as an elf. Because he's just
Tide, every red flag you have is going off because you just, with the time you spent with Boomstick, you get the sense that she would rather die than speak like that. So there's just a lot happening for you right now.
I got a 19 on that persuasion.
Okay, she looks at you, she gives you this, like, cold stone stare. Fine. And then she puts all the glasses out and she goes, I will need the prince's consent to open a tab under his name.
Where is the line?
Elian is coming out. That's the funniest part. Is that
mispronounced his name.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize.
Elian's coming out.
Elian. Okay, I gotta write that down.
With everybody else, like probably in a few. Like they're not here yet. You don't see them yet.
Did that on purpose.
I really thought you did that on purpose.
I thought you said his name wrong on purpose, and it's better now that you did it.
Like
when you're
chili
only
on the
ever
second day, it's only sweeter. The spices have really just settled in now.
Oh,
I really only funny on accident.
That's
Anyway, she's gonna just go, but Prince Elian sent me here.
This woman looks at you up and down. Fine, but I am certain the prince will chase you down if you're lying, so have fun with that. And she pours you out this row of shots, and she pushes all 6 for you. She goes, drink up.
Do you have like a tray or something that I can bring this back to my friend? And Prince Elian.
She like twists her wrist, and then a small rectangular section of the bar lifts up, and then like kind of forward towards you, and as it like sits down onto your hands, like this makeshift tray, the root that was attaching it snaps off and then like slithers back down into the bar.
Oh my god, that's so neat. Thank you. And then she picks it up and like looks at Tide, gestures, follow me. And then we're going to go find the rest of the party. And then along the way, as we're finding, she goes, I'm Raven, shut the fuck up. We don't speak of this. And then she just keeps going.
Tide, so much information is being downloaded into your brain right now.
He will, okay, so he's gonna take like a good 10 seconds just staring at Raven, having just left, trying to figure out what the hell is going on, and then it won't really click with him, but he'll believe that it's Raven because that sounded like Raven, and then grab his drink, take like a pretty decent swig, and then follow behind her.
As you leave the bar, this is when the rest of the group would come out. So, flowers, kick the kid in the shin, yada yada.
Uh-oh.
And you exit into, so you see in front of you the dance floor, the bar kind of at the back, and Raven, Tide, where have you gone? Where are you?
Probably in the direction of the castle, just so I would assume we would meet up with them at some
okay, so you see Tide and not Boomstick approach you from around the side of this dance floor, like they kind of flank up to you.
Question, so with the surroundings, is there a place near the bar, in the dance floor, the place where you dance.
So true, Betsy.
That they could sit down, that maybe it has cute lights or fire or something adorable.
Like a wedding venue?
Yeah, I mean it's an elven.
Like
it's an elven heckin' place, they're probably super cute and stuff, right?
Yeah, there's a few tables
place.
There's a few tables and things like that kind of spread out. There's some lower tables with cushions to sit on. There's some normal height and then bar stool height, and they're all kind of scattered out among the village. And then you also see people walking deeper into the village as well, so you assume there's more spots like this, but immediately in front of you, yeah, for sure.
Well, since they already all know that Raven looks like Boomstick, it would register for Renori oh, Raven's back. So where do we want to sit?
Raven is there at that point?
Yeah, you would be coming up just as they were probably
okay.
with the drinks and with Tide.
Yeah, Raven just goes, I don't fucking care, and just swigs back one of the shots. I got a shots, by the way.
So with that helpful information, Renori will then just pick one of the spots that's not like immediately next to the dance floor, but is still like, you know, easy walking distance to the bar and the dance floor, and is one of those seated places that has like the cushions on the ground. So it's like, you know, kind of cozy and more like closer to the earth than, I don't know.
No, I
And then Gaia can speak to us through the earth.
Yes, exactly.
Through our contact with the earth.
Is there like a low table or something along with all of these like
Yeah.
pillow? Okay, so yeah, Raven is going to like bend and like place the shots very carefully on the table, and she goes, "Fucking, this is so low to the ground," and we'll just plop her ass onto one of the pillows.
What?
Look at Tide. Went, I got you a shot, but you already have a drink. Can I take yours?
No. And he's gonna grab it and hand one to Elian and kind of like do like one of these and like bottoms up, and he'll take his shot.
Cool.
Yeah.
Oh.
Raven is going to pivot to Elian and just be like, by the way, to the barkeep, I am a little bit more of a bimbo, and I keep calling you a lion. And I kind of opened a tab under your name for these shots. I hope that's okay. I kind of panicked because I just desperately needed alcohol, and your sister is needing space, and I need alcohol.
I'm very quickly going to go sort that out. I'll be back.
Hey, I'm gonna take your shot while you're gone.
No,
And
he
she
took
goes,
his already.
Yeah, he took
Oh
his.
yeah. Shit.
Hey, can you come back with something really delicious that'll get me tipsy pretty quickly and go down really easy? Thank you, Alliance.
Sure, yeah. I'll be back in a moment.
Raven picks up one of the shot glasses.
I don't think that typically in royal society you request that the crown prince, bring you a drink.
Yeah, but he's really chill.
Is he the crown prince if he's not next in line? Who can I drink their shot for?
I don't know how royalty works. I've never really cared to learn.
I should have just gotten these all for me, but I decided to like just share. But I really don't.
Too late now, and one floats over to Faustus.
Renori takes her shot.
Laurel looks at hers and she looks at you and she goes, you can have it.
I'm taking Casper's.
Casper's is in his hand right now.
Okay, then she'll take it out of Casper's hand and just be like, please.
Raven.
Renori will grab onto Raven's wrist.
No, just
in this
she
chaos,
needs it more than I do.
Faustus is going to pretend to take his shot. I'd like to roll sleight of hand for that.
Okay.
He wants people to think he's drinking, even though he's not. It's not incredible.
What is it?
I'll say that. It is a 16.
Okay. You kind of tilt the glass at an angle where, presumably it could have gone into your mouth. Who knows? It's not a clear. Like the cups are like of a polished sort of wood, so that you have that favor on your side. And Casper just kind of like, Ren, it's all right. It's fine. She needs this. Clearly, she needs this.
Renori let go. She was
just
like,
Raven already took the shot, and as she puts it down and just slams it back onto the tray, she goes, "I'll go get us more," and immediately like goes on a light run back towards Elian and Tide.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
I look around the room for a table with a drink that somebody's not paying particularly close attention to, and I would like to make it float over to me instead.
Okay. Go ahead, roll perception. Laurel kind of looks at her glass, and then she looks at all of you, and then she kind of leans back, and Rin passes like in Casper's direction. One of the shots. She goes, "Do you want this?"
Renori is gonna look at Casper.
He kind of looks down at it and then, all right, and takes a shot.
I mean, you don't have to. I'm just saying Raven took your other one, so.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wanted it, but she needed it. It's all right. I have a feeling some of us are going to have more fun than others tonight.
Interesting.
Yeah. So, okay, so hold on. So Elian's gonna probably be on his way back as you make it to the bar. So you see Elian has like one of those little copper mugs in hand, and there's like a light like blue smoke curling off of it in these just small, slow, lazy swirls like up out of the mug. And he's got like another smaller, just like a wooden cup in hand. And you almost nearly run into him, like he kind of pulls back. Hi. Did you want something?
This is Elian.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps more alcohol. Okay. That was my goal. I could pay for it this time. How much? What's the currency here like?
It's you're a friend of Tessa's. I've got you. Just maybe, and he kind of leans in a little bit with a smile, just like maybe learn my name. It'll make it more convincing when you try to put stuff on my tab.
I did it as a bit. I didn't think it would backfire that badly, but
yeah, Art is a mean one.
Did it backfire?
So.
I just wanted to play into like, this girl's so dumb she couldn't be lying, but it just sounded like I was. I don't know. Anyway,
I think maybe less performing and more asking for what you need. But that's just my humble observation.
Yeah. This is going to sound disrespectful until it doesn't. I didn't grow up as royalty, so a lot of times in order to get what I needed to lie and steal. For like food.
Relax.
So like
don't tell the prince you steal, you're a thief.
But like that's, as a child, it was just so sad.
I love it.
Hey, sorry, I like lost my train of thought. She's just
sorry, I'm so distressed.
Hey Elian, maybe can you show me what's good on the menu?
Yeah, sure. And he kind of leads in a little bit, Raven, like, we're not as different as you think we are. I understand. I'm not judging you, just trying to make life a little bit easier for however long you're here. That's all.
Yeah. I know you say that as like a friendly thing, but I really don't see how that can be true. But I'm gonna nod politely now and just drop the conversation. And she's just gonna be like, because you're buying me alcohol, and like she's just going to like put her elbows up on the bar and just like put her hands in there, and she's just like anxiously like anticipating the next drink.
Arda looks at you, the meaner barkeep looks at you, rolls her eyes, and then moves over to Tide and Elian. And Tide, you ask Elian to point out what's good on the menu, and he kind of leans forward. So he kind of like leans in, so your shoulders are touching a little bit. So, and like, there's like a small, almost like grown out of the bar, like you see some roots, kind of, almost like cables, like down on the ground, and then they come up to form like almost like a billboard, like chalkboard situation with the menu. And it's all in Elvish. You know that now, right? Nope. Okay, cool. So it's in Dwarven script, because Elvish is Dwarven script. So I'm pretty sure it is off the top of my head. But you see this sort of harsh small letters like compact onto this board, but he's like reading it down for you, so he goes, okay. So there's a few options. What are you feeling for?
I just, and he'll give like a little like up and down.
Mm-hmm.
Just looking to have a good time tonight.
Okay, we can make that happen. And he kind of like whispers a few like quick words back and forth with Arda and Elvish, and she does not seem keen on being employed right now. But after a quick exchange and Elian just kind of like rolling his eyes, she puts out a few glasses. Raven, she's completely ignored you, by the way. She puts out 2 glasses and she starts pouring out this drink that by the end of it is so, like this. It's going to sound gross when I say it, but it's actually kind of pretty and mesmerizing to look at. Like purple and greens and blues kind of like swirling in this cup. And there's like a small little toothpick with one of those, like, you didn't see this, but like those green, actually, yes, you did. It was your drink. One of those green fruits in it, but like on a toothpick. And there's like that, this sort of juice running down it into the actual cup. And she slides those forward. And then Raven, she finally turns to you.
Raven is going to like just a finger kind of like bunched up with her sleeves, right? She's just gonna tap Elian on the shoulder.
Yeah.
Does she know that was faking earlier?
It's Arda. Assume she does.
Okay, I'm just gonna. And then so in Elvish, Raven is going to just be like, I'm sorry about earlier. I do know Prince Elian. I don't know. It's been a weird day for me, which is not your fault, but I just need something that will get me drunk very quickly. Thank you.
She looks over at Ellie and she goes, "Is this one on your tab?" And he gives you a nod, but he's kind of like more occupied in his conversation with Tide at the moment. So then Arda leans back over. She goes, "I respect that. Sorry your day was bad." And then she pulls out this honkin' bottle and puts it on top of the counter. And it's like this deep red, not quite wine, a little bit too bright. And there's just little flashes of gold in it. And she goes, "Okay. I can legally..."
Is this fantasy fireball?
No, it's better.
Okay.
I can legally only pour you one of these.
Mm-hmm.
Drink it. Prove to me you're good. I'll slide you a second one.
But legally defining what is exactly one of these?
1 cup. It's like a normal size cup. If you want another one, you can come back, but I can only pour you one for the moment.
Got it. I respect that. You know, I understand.
Starbucks told me when I tried to order a larger size of cold brew, told me they couldn't serve me a larger size of cold brew. I said, "How about you just put it in the cup, and there you go. There it is."
Yeah.
Charge me $10 for it if you want.
They're concerned about things like caffeine and heart failure. Yeah.
Ridiculous. My heart's gonna fail from one of many other causes before.
Raven.
Caffeine.
Raven
just
takes out like, I don't know, 5 silver and just sort of like slides it across the table to her and just be like, "I appreciate this."
She kind of smiles and she like thanks, and she scoops it into, like, she's got like an apron on, she puts it in one of the pockets, and then you see her, she takes this big bottle which has like sort of diamond designs on the outside, so that
nice.
And she cracks the there's like a almost like kind of like a cork, but more of like this decorative seal that like spirals up like almost like a shell, and just crack, that top piece snaps off, and then the whole thing falls out onto the bar, and then she just pours it, and as it pours, you watch this liquid go from red to gold to back into this cup, and she only pours you half a cup, and she slides it to you.
This is the legal amount you can give me.
She pours you a little bit more.
Okay, thank you.
Be careful.
I remember you. Hopefully.
I'll remember you, in theory.
In theory.
Also, I kind of owe one of my friends back there a shot, so could I just get another 5 of those shots from before?
And Elian owes me a drink.
He's getting there.
He's trying. I think that drink he had was for you, like 15 minutes ago. The ice is melted by now.
Oh yeah.
There's like
drinks all separated.
Sorry.
Another tray kind of lifts up again, and she dispenses more of the shots and hands you off one of the trays.
All right, thank you so much. Raven will put her own drink on the tray, like a little separated from the shots. Look over at Elian and Tide, look at the drink that's meant for Renori, and she's just like, could you just remake that one? Because that was meant for my friend, but the prince seems a bit distracted, if you know what I mean.
She kind of casts her glance over. So Tide, Elian, let's actually have the conversation, and then we'll come back. But she's got you. So Elian's kind of pointing out a few things, and then they crack open this purple, green, blue sort of drink that she's made you, and then before she slides over to serve Raven, and so Elian kind of like leaning on the bar and looking at you, and he takes the drink in his hand. He goes, "This is the shit."
Okay, and Tide will grab it and kind of hold up the drink to like cheers him.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll take a sip.
Okay. This one has like a very distinct taste, not quite tart, like it's unpleasant, but not as sweet as the other one that you had. And then you see Elian kind of take that fruit off the skewer, and in one hand and some of the juice like kind of fall out of it and into the cup, and then he like takes another sip. Do you do that as well?
Yeah.
He's juicing something.
Oh my god.
What we don't want to do is that. Yeah, he will well he'll take he'll take the toothpick up and kind of hold it, kind of look at it and hold it like he's not really sure what he's supposed to do.
Here, he like reaches for the toothpick, but like pausing for consent. Okay, he slides the fruit off of it, and then he kind of shows you, like he breaks it with his thumb a little bit, and then squeezes out the juice. He goes, just stir it with the toothpick real quick.
Well, stir it.
Okay, the drink kind of like bubbles a little bit, and the color shifts a little bit more, and you take another sip, and it's like bussin'. There's like almost like a light like pop rocks kind of thing that happens after you sip, and it's a little bit sweeter now, but the flavor has not like separated. Like it's a very layered experience, and it slaps. Like his recommendation was on par. I mean, you guys kind of get to cheers again and sip on it and go, so what's up? And this is when I imagine he's like artist starts remaking the drink. Raven.
Tide will take another sip and then kind of put it down on the bar. Like, I'm assuming they're like facing each other like this.
Yeah.
Here. So he'll put it down on the bar and just, well, you know, I'm just, in town for a little bit and,
oh my god.
Hoping to meet some new people and get some work done.
I respect that, yeah. He takes a sip.
Do I hear this?
They're right next to you, yeah. Like, this is when Ardo's remaking Renori's drink, so there's a couple minutes where it's just like, yeah.
Me and Silence just listening to this. Cool. Raven is just like full face palm in this moment, behind Elian's back. And she's just like 3 purple lines of anime, like, oh god, I cannot believe this.
Can I roll for perception to see if I see her doing
she's
it?
like, yeah, she's right there. Like, you don't even
so
have to, yeah.
Tide is kind of gonna do like a quick glance a quick like glare over to Raven, and then like look back to try to not um, alert Elian. Yeah, so I was just wondering if you would be able to show me around a little bit. Seems like quite the party.
Yeah, I don't see why not. Let's go. I was supposed to, and he kind of looks at the drink. Arda has taken the drink to remake it. Like, she has taken and got rid of it. So she kind of like, he leans over to go grab what was Renori's drink to bring it to her. And goes, and Arda's like, here, go. And so he kind of like scoops that up.
As soon as she put it down, Raven mage handed it over onto her tray, and she's kind of like already in the process of leaving. She goes, I got it. Bye, guys.
Okay.
Careful. And then she's just going to continue. She said that mainly to jest with to mess with Tide.
He gives Elian gives you like one of these as you go.
Thanks. Thank you. Again. Venereal diseases are not something to joke about, and then she's just gonna run for it.
How far away is she right now?
She's like...
I was walking, so I shouted this from like across the dance floor or something.
If you're shouting it from across the dance floor, chances are he's not even gonna hear you with just the noise of the music. So if you want him to hear you, you're gonna have to stay kind of closer.
All right, so she's like walking. She like moves maybe 5 feet away, and then she'll turn around and she'll be like, thanks for this. By the way, venereal diseases are not something to take lightly. I'm gonna go. And then she's gonna keep going.
Before she walks away, Tide is gonna look over and do create water and dump a gallon of water on her.
Okay, Raven, you turn around to walk away, and all of the drinks are ruined.
Magical bucket on top of a door.
You're completely soaked. And it sucks.
Raven, in response, will...
There are a few people who, like, look, like, because the just sudden eruption of water, they, like, look.
Mm-hmm.
They're not really laughing at you. It's more of, like, a hell yeah! Like...
Yeah, Raven will...
I have a secondhand headache from everything happening.
Raven will take the ruined drinks tray with Mage Hand and kind of just shove it into Tide's chest, right? So that, like, hopefully whatever's in it might, like, stain his, like, suit or whatever. And she was just going to, like, dramatically shake the water from her arms and sleeves and just go, if you don't mind, I'm going to get more beverages. And we'll just go back to the bar to get yet more drinks, because she's just like, at this point, will I even want to drink these? But she just looks at Tide and she goes, I know you found it annoying, but I was being, like, kind of serious about it. Anyway, bye!
You shove the tray into Tide's chest, and because he's so close to Elian, a couple of the drinks tip onto Elian. The sort of like white shirt that he has on under that like clean vest, all of that gets splattered, and he kind of just.
Yeah, sorry about her. I don't know what got into her. Do you need to go change?
Wait, create water has verbal and somatic.
I believe so.
I can whisper.
It is also a very loud area. Like, we're saying at this point it has happened. if you're trying to not have it happen. Like at this point,
no, I'm not trying to get it to not happen. I'm just gonna say that Elian would have seen you, would have seen you cast this spell.
Would have seen you do this with your hands.
Yeah, maybe.
Anyway, so, but he's gonna play it off like Elian doesn't know. Yeah. So do you should we go change?
Could we?
And he'll like point to his outfit too.
Hubba.
Ruined at this point.
Yeah, he kind of looks up. Yeah, because this is gonna start to smell. Come on, I'll show you around and we'll go back to my place and get better change of clothes. Maybe Delira might have some spares of. It's clearly her make, so she might have a couple spares in your color. Come on. And he kind of tilts his head towards the road. And you two start heading in that direction, so we'll catch up with you in a second.
Never see Tide ever again.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say to go back to Faustus and
remember when the prince told us you did crime too? He does murder crime.
Anyway, Raven's just gonna get the new drinks and then go straight back to the group. So like, just at some point you'd be like, Raven, you've come back now, and then just
after Renori, about like. It's probably been like almost 20 minutes at this point when Elia was supposed to go get you a drink. Elia does not return, but Raven returns with a drink for you.
And a shot.
And a shot.
And an extra shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, Renori's just gonna look up at Raven. He went off with Elian, and Tide and Elian went off together, didn't they?
Yeah. Raven will kind of gesture at like the her current state and be like,
"Did you make Tide angry?"
I gave him some very pertinent advice, and he was ungrateful about it.
Did you stick your foot in your mouth?
I am unfamiliar with that phrase. Anyway, here you go.
Renori just starts cackling. Like, she just starts losing it.
Raven will just be like, let's just say, Tide and Elian have to go change now. Like, she's like giving each person a shot.
Yeah, that tracks. Renori just keeps saying as she's dying of laughter.
I gave them pertinent sexual health advice, and also
that was your mistake.
Opened the door for there to be a reason for Tide to enter Elian's place of business, his residence. So like, you know,
Raven,
she's going wonderful.
Raven, for all intents and purposes, just we know that you. Never mind, it's fine. And Renori just takes her shot.
Okay.
And then starts sipping her drink.
All right, fair enough. We're gonna use that as a place to take a break. So we will be back in a few minutes. Okay. Hydration check, med check, stretch, posture. The other, if you haven't eaten and you would like to do that, and we'll be back soon. See you in a few.
Hey,
Hi.
I think that's Brett.
Oh, we are definitely like on stream now.
There we go. Hi. Yeah, that's what when I do countdown, and then we're like, yeah, and then we're on stream. Yeah.
I missed it.
Mm-hmm.
Hi. Hold on. I have to sip. Oh, that's hot. That was a mistake. Okay. So, drinks have been served. Tide and Elian have gone on an expedition. But we're still with Faustus, Renori, and Raven, and Laurel, and Casper. Tessa is not with you. But your group has huddled on one of these lower tables for the time being. What you up to?
Raven is like not super quickly, but she's taking large sips of her drink. And kind of like keeping an eye out for Tessa or Alora.
Okay. Yeah, you'd see. So, there is kind of like this, almost rush to the dance floor. Like, there's already people out there that pretty much the second the coronation started, they were going. The second it ended, everybody was just like the first people were in position, like can't waste any party time. And there was kind of at the time that you were getting drinks, like a sudden almost second wave to the dance floor. That didn't really stick out at the time, but now that you're coming back and you're like taking a look, you do see in the center of the dance floor, you see Allura. She's done a costume change, so she's not as conspicuous as she was before, but you do see like the sort of crest of a golden tiara, like holding various, like a curly puff up on top of her head. She's wearing like a loose white shirt and a brown corset, and then like just some pants and boots, like pretty simple outfit. But she's got like a golden choker that matches the tiara, almost like an inverted version of the shape. Bracelets and everything like that, and she's just kind of in the center, like dancing with everybody and things. And you do see Tessa kind of at she's not at the bar anymore, she's kind of just drifted off to the side by one of the trees as well. But she's like kind of by herself, just staring into space with a cup in her hand.
Okay. Raven will down the rest of her drink and approach Alora. And yeah.
Okay. You down the rest of your drink. She's in the center of the dance floor. So you make your way to the dance floor. And there's like a few people who like reach your hand out like to almost like to cut you in. Do you take it?
So what's the type of dance that's happening right now?
Kind of like a quick, like, not square dancing, but like if any of you have seen The Witcher, the sort of line dance that they do there, it's like it's kind of like that. Like you're in pairs or in trios. A little bit more
brisk pace.
Yeah.
Line dancing.
I will try to partner with Alora.
Okay. Easy enough. You make your way through. There's like a few people who, like reach out to cut you in, but you kind of manage to slip by as they're like turning away when they realize you're not gonna take it. And just as Allura's turning around, you're there. What you doing?
Would I know this dance?
No, probably not.
Well, I am going to just try to dance. Performance?
Yes, please.
You have your dancing shoes on, though. Do you get proficiency?
Oh, I don't think that's how it works.
No, bestie.
An 18.
Okay. Definitely not doing the dance everybody else is doing, but you do have rhythm, and you're keeping up with the music, and it's working out.
That's really all that matters. Raven, in her best, like, casualness, will be like, congratulations. There is something urgent that I really need to discuss with you. If that's okay with you, that'll be great.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Do I know you?
I am a friend of your sister's.
Oh, well, lovely to meet you. And this matter that needs discussing, it needs discussing now?
I mean, do you want to just keep dancing? I'm down to do that.
I mean, yeah, I like the celebration and all.
You're the one that went to her.
All right. Cool. We could keep. Why don't we just quickly pop off to speak one-on-one at the end of the song?
Oh, the song doesn't end. It just keeps going.
Okay. I don't. Sure. That's okay.
She kind of twirls you.
Oh, this is okay. Cool. Could we just do it now, really quick, and then we could get back? It'll be quick. I promise.
All right. And she kind of takes your hand and leads you through the crowd, just like kind of as they part. There's like a perfect parting, and everybody kind of sweeps into a curtsy, and she laughs a little bit and like gives everybody a little bit of a wave, and it pulls you off of the dance floor and kind of off to the side as the music just like 1, 2, 3, and then picks up again.
You ever get used to that?
What, the dancing?
You know what? I kind of got my answer anyway. It's fine. And she'll like get rid of the disguise like on the palm of like on her hand or something to show her like blue skin.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of be like, I don't normally look like this, but I don't know what'll happen if I show you what I normally look like. I'm a tiefling. A blue tiefling.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
That was you?
That wasn't... Well, it was... It was a projection of me. I'm actually not that tall. I'm actually kind of like... I'm not short, but like I'm average height. Anyway, I'm actually kind of tall for a femme presenting person. Anyway, I am so sorry. I kind of misread a situation, and I cannot apologize enough for what I did, and I just... There's no excuses, and there's no way for me to make up for it, and I am very, very sorry. So, I just felt like I needed to apologize because I just severely misunderstood something, and ultimately ruined what was supposed to be a very memorable day, for you. So, I'm sorry.
I mean, yeah. I've been... You seem sweet. I don't know what possessed you to do something like that, but I'm not going to...
Call the wilds.
Whatever. I guess thanks for the apology. You said you're Tessa's friend?
Yeah. I actually don't know how Tessa's feeling about me right now. And that's like fine. She can process how she needs to. But like, yeah, I came here with Tessa.
I mean, wait, hold on. What does she have to process?
I think that not only did my actions fall short of my own expectations for my behavior, but it also disappointed Tessa, um, because like you're her sister, and that's a dick move. Um, so yeah. Yeah, what I did was a dick move. I'm sorry. Um, yeah, if I could take it back, I could. I can't. So I can only apologize and hope you have a long and healthy and prosperous reign as queen. And she says that last part in Elvish.
Okay. She smiles a little bit. She goes, yeah, thanks. Yeah, alright. I thanks for telling me, I guess. Do you know where Tessa is?
Over by that tree, from what I understood, she wanted to be left alone. Also, I understand that in the grand scheme of things, this will sound super selfish, but also I feel like it's understandable. Is your mom gonna kill me if she sees me?
She kind of. I don't know. She's probably. I mean, she's pissed. This is a very big deal for like everyone, and you know.
Yeah, I gathered that after.
Including her, since she's stepping down. So I'd say she's pretty mad.
Sorry, I just read.
You know better.
That I know. So Raven will just be like, well, I mean, there still might be your wedding day, right? I will definitely not go to that, I promise.
Well, that requires me to find somebody, and that's a whole other thing. And
well, you're very beautiful, and like not everybody has to get married. A marriage does not complete your sense of self. And if anybody tells you so, that's just bullshit, because you are somebody who I'm sure can just live a fulfilling life without a partner. But if you want one, that's totally cool too. And then there's like the whole notion about like whether or not marriage and like the institution of it is all bullshit or not. But like that's personal preference, and we don't have to get into that now. Even though I kind of did.
That's not why we're here today.
When you're trying so hard to fix your mistakes that you just keep going down the rabbit hole.
Yeah. So sorry, when I don't I like to tend to I don't really have interpersonal conflicts because I didn't have friends that I cared about enough that if I did something shitty to them, I would have to apologize. I'm not really well versed in this, but anyway, yeah, I'm sorry, and I wish you a long and happy future, and I sincerely hope that nothing like what happened today happens to you ever again.
Thanks. Still trying to get over the stuff that happened earlier, but like, if I don't know. I don't want to say that. That sounds mean. You seem
You
cool.
can be mean to me. It would be well deserved if that happened.
If you hadn't majorly tanked the thing I've been putting blood, sweat, and tears into for the entirety of my existence,
right?
I think you would be really cool, but that's like kind of a downer. So like I still think you're cool, but I'm not gonna buy you a drink.
No, I would never ask that of you, even if I feel like that would be weird to ask you to buy me a drink at your coronation celebration, right?
Well,
do people do that?
I kind of just do it because, it's a nice thing to do for somebody. I like being there for people.
Should I buy you a drink?
No.
Okay. Is this the end of this conversation?
I'm gonna go find my sister.
All right, I'm gonna go back to the bar.
The end of this conversation is the best question ever.
And Allura walks away from the crowd. Like, so you've kind of like she pulls you like out of the dance floor to have this conversation. She walks directly to the dance floor, and they split when they see her heading her way, and then reform again so she can just have a clear path to Tessa. And you're on the other side of the dance floor, and you're making your way to the bar, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, Renori and Faustus, what's up?
Not that.
Oh, no.
So sorry.
Faustus is just sitting at a table with an empty cup sitting in front of him that he didn't actually drink, and just watching everybody go and like spill their hearts out to the people that like hours ago said they might kill us. So he's just gonna sit at this table and keep a low profile.
Renori is gonna like lean across the table to kind of whisper to Faustus, "Hey, so I just had a thought and I wanted to check in with you. You mentioned that, like, your dad was an alcoholic. So, like, are you okay right now? Like, is this bothering you? Should we leave? We can leave."
Oh, I love drinking. I just don't like drinking with people who might kill me.
Oh, so you're, like, being vigilant for our safety. That's a good decision. That's too late for me. And Renori finishes her drink.
Casper gives you just a pat on the back, and Faustus, he locks eyes with you and gives you like a nod.
I will point you in the right direction to cast Fireball.
I don't have that spell, but thank you.
Or something similar. Whatever it is you have in there.
I am trying to do the healing.
I haven't seen your spell book.
Thing. No, and you're not going to. Fancy that.
Damn, I thought maybe you might be unencumbered of those pretensions. But
no, I'm only less pretentious about things pertaining to the bedroom when I'm like this.
Hear that, Casper? Faustus gets up and walks away.
He kind of squeaks like, yeah.
I literally, I saw our DM's heart stop. Like
Chris has been looking straight off into his camera for like the past 2 minutes.
Chris and I are just like in spirit sitting to the side, just like, what is happening?
No.
Oh my gosh. Then Renori will turn to Casper and go, "Do you know how to, like, well, you must. You certainly must."
I'm very afraid of where this is going.
Can we dance, and can you show me how?
Oh, yeah, of course, come on. And he outstretches a hand.
I mean, she's gonna take it.
Okay.
She asked him to go, so.
You notice as Casper is helping you up, you see Lori kind of cast a glance your way, and then she starts walking away. She's
Laurel?
like kind of Laurel, yeah.
Okay.
Did you nickname her Lori in your head?
No, she did say that? Like her friends call her Lori, so in my head, because I've always called her Lori.
Because you're friends.
Yeah.
Renori is going to, like, tap on Faustus as they're walking away and be like, "Laurel," and then keep going to the dance floor because she cares enough to let someone else know, but not to
Nori, remind me to have a talk with you later about subtlety. Alright. Goodbye. Enjoy the dance floor.
It's not something I'm particularly interested in.
I thought not.
Where's
Laurel going? I follow Laurel.
Okay, so we'll catch up with you in a second. So we're gonna go over to Tide. So Tide, a while ago, eons ago, you make your way after Elian, not after, with him, side by side, down one of the various paths that sort of wind through. The way Alhazari is set up, and it does seem like there was some semblance of logic to it, but it just, not to you. There's definitely logic there, you're just not connecting into it, like...
Shocker.
Right? All of these paths kind of like...
Will Tide even be able to find his way back?
No.
All of these paths kind of like snake over one another, and in the gaps where like there's just grass or whatever, that's, where they tend to put like buildings, or there's like trees with platforms, or trees you can actually enter, and all of these things. And like some of the paths start to like, they turn from dirt up into wood and then like curve over, and then some kind of curve under. There's just a lot of layers to kind of like maybe ease foot traffic, and there's just a lot of people, but they're like all sticking to the specific paths. And so Elian kind of leads you through, and he's like pointing out stuff. Like he points out Delira's shop, which you were at earlier, which the windows have darkened, and he kind of seems a little bit disheartened at that. Like it seems like she's closed up in wake of the ceremony. He points out like a few other smaller shops, like a general store. He points out like a weaponsmith, and as you're walking, you're kind of like, every once in a while you bump shoulders, and the volume of the music kind of fades out a little bit. There's a natural thrum to the forest here that kind of picks up between his words, and eventually you get deeper into the village proper, where buildings are more clustered together, stacked, multi-floors and things like that. And he's still like leading you in.
Yeah, he's not really listening to much of what Elian is saying. Like he'll like, when he points to buildings, he'll kind of follow along, like, oh yeah, okay, cool. And yeah, I mean those drinks were pretty full. How far away are we from your place?
Like 2 minutes. It's close.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I need to change, or wash up or something.
Right. Yeah. And he kind of gestures ahead of you, and you would have actually been there with the party when they first entered this space. So there was like one tree somewhat close to like the boundary of the village, that has like, it's this really big, like deep-rooted old tree, with a pretty straight trunk that then starts to curve up near the top, and these like branches that kind of sprawl up and outwards to help aid this thick canopy that makes up this forest. And he leads you towards that, and there's these like large doors carved into the trunk itself that have been like stained like darkly with these like golden rivets in the doors, and he like pushes it open and he gestures in after you. And I assume you like file in.
Yeah, he's gonna go in.
Yeah. Okay. So you enter. He shuts the door, and you see this familiar space again. So there's like a fireplace on the first floor that's like recessed in and constructed appropriately, so the entire place isn't on fire. And then there's like a sort of spiraling staircase that continues upwards. And you saw this outside, but you're seeing this sort of construction inside. There's some loft-like areas that don't quite take up the full radius of the tree. It looks like almost like mushrooms that have grown out, and like wooden platforms that have been carved, and there's just a ton of them going upwards. And goes, I will get you something your size for now. Just you can take off whatever you feel comfortable with, I guess, and sit by the fire. And then as he says that, he kind of like gives a gesture, and the fire like fireplace lights up. And there's like a nice velvet couch there and a couple of chairs as well. He goes, I'll be right back.
All right. Tide will go towards the fire, but he's the biggest fan of fire, so he will sit like around, but not close to the fire.
Mm-hmm.
And then is the gray he's gonna take off the like gray or the blue bandana, and then is the gray like tunic part like is it like a pullover or is it buttons?
It's it's almost like a suit jacket.
Okay, so he'll take that part off for now and kind of set it next to him on the seats.
Okay, you lay it out, and like the stain is kind of still swirling, like the drink itself, even though it's like recessed into the fabric at this point. It's just kind of mesmerizing to look at. And after a few moments, Elian returns. This might be a little bit small, but it's something. Here, and he holds out just like a nice, like almost like a cardigan, but not as thick, and it's got like some pockets on it. He goes, this is the best I have right now, and then I could maybe get you a shirt too. I don't really know what your style is. I should just go find Delira, right? Yeah.
No, it's fine. Yeah, I mean a shirt would be great. I mean, there's stuff all over this one too.
Yeah.
Are you gonna change too, or?
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, I should do that. Oh my god, I look like a mess right now. And he turns around, and kind of leans back a little bit so he can kind of get line of sight to one of the very first of those platforms, and you see him kind of like just move his fingers, and there's kind of like the sound of splintering wood, and then some of these like branches kind of spark out of the sides of the tree and then reach out, almost like you saw in Delira's shop, like forming those the racks, and throw open, like there's a small shitty little wardrobe on that first one, and it opens, and then he grabs a few things and pulls them back down to the first floor. And he hands you just a plain white shirt, pretty standard, probably similar to what you were wearing initially, but just white instead. And then he takes like a smaller, like a black shirt for himself, and that one seems like it's a little bit torn and ripped and everything, and he like takes off his vest and like pulls his shirt over his head, and he's like unfolding the new shirt in his hands.
You're you're pretty good with your hands. And he'll start to take off his white tunic thingy.
Thanks. Doesn't seem like he missed the implication there.
So he'll kind of take off the tunic and stand there for a second, holding the shirt in his hand.
Okay. He looks at you, gives you once over. So
is there anywhere else that we could go to change where maybe nobody will be coming in and seeing us change?
yeah, I think there is. And there's more of that like creaking noise, and then the floor beneath you lifts up in a small platform up through the center of the space and kind of like curves a little bit to avoid some of the lofts. You go up about maybe 2 stories, and there's like a small, almost like a bedroom on this platform. Like there's a double bed with a thick, not a double, like probably a king, and there's like this like intricately carved headboard and footboard set, like on a nice mattress that's got like a pretty nice looking like blanket and then duvet set on it and everything like that. And there's like the gentle light of like a couple lanterns sitting on some end tables. And he steps off, and then you step off, and he gives you a look. He goes like, "Is this more what you had in mind?"
Yeah, I think this will do, and Tide will grab his clothes that got the drink spilled on and change of clothes.
Okay.
And step into the room.
It's a very cozy space. It smells very faintly of like some herbs, almost like a candle had burned in here at one point, but it's like that's almost like the natural ambiance of the space here. And it's not like tiny, but compared to the space you were just in and the way some of the other lofts were set up as you were looking, like there's one of them that looks like a small office and it's got like bookshelves and things like that, and then another one that looks almost like a workstation, and there's a lot of space. This one's a little bit smaller, and a little bit more recessed from everything else, and yeah, it's cozy.
Tide will make his way over to the king size bed because Tide is a big boy and cannot fit on a double bed.
Yes.
And we'll sit down and kind of look at Elian kind of expectantly and give him one of like the.
He
moves him over with his hand.
He comes over and he sits next to you.
It's nice to meet you.
Not that you come here often. Not this.
Hey, you gotta start somewhere.
Elliot bursts out laughing. And it seems like every time he stops, he like thinks about it again and he keeps laughing. And then after a minute, he's just kind of like, "Nice to meet you too. Your name?"
I'm Tide.
Seem to know this already, but Elian.
And then Tide will kind of lean in.
He leans in a little bit too.
I'm just waiting for the fade to black at this point.
Okay. I was okay.
Damn, okay.
All right. Well, I'll do the same thing that I've been doing. You can give me a vibe. Give me a few adjectives.
Okay, I'm bad at adjectives, but there is one thing that
you're more about verbs, am I right?
Oh, okay. It's a hookup. Like it's not an all night thing.
Mm-hmm.
It is a hookup. It will be passionate because it's been a minute, and fun. I'll give you those three.
Okay. And yeah, it is. I mean, after the fade to black, and afterwards, Elian kind of gives you like another peck on the cheek. He goes, "That was fun. You're free to stay if you want, but obviously no pressure."
This is how I picture him. I don't think he's wearing I don't think his outfit comes with pants because he's wearing like a tunic, right?
It has pants. It's not like a skirt. Yeah.
Okay, so he'll be kind of like he'll be standing up when all that's happening, like when he's saying that, and kind of like jumping and putting his pants on, not like in a hurry, but like also not taking his time doing it. And like we'll start buttoning it. He'll like as he's grabbing his shirt, he'll be like, "Yeah, that was fun. Probably should get back though. There's some stuff that we gotta do. Do you want to head back or?"
Yeah.
Great. And then he'll put on the shirt and the like cardigan, and look at Elian because he doesn't really know how they got up here.
Oh yeah.
Part of the alcohol and part of the magic. So
Elian kind of lifts a hand, and that same platform that you saw comes snaking over, and then you're able to step aboard and go down to the first floor, and he opens those heavy doors, and you make your way out and back into the village. He starts leading you back to where everybody last was. Let's go with Faustus. You see Laurel she kind of is like, roll me stealth. I don't know why I ask you at this point, because you're always invisible, but roll stealth.
Sometimes I roll terribly, so. But I didn't roll terribly this time. That is a 30.
Yeah. There we go. So, Laurel
You are
is...
the shadows.
I am the night. Laurel's making her way through the crowd, kind of like slipping between people and everything. And you trail behind with enough line of sight pretty easily. There's also a lot of people here, so that helps you stay pretty unnoticed. And she makes her way over, kind of away from the party, and the party, like, you guys in the party, like the party, she finds just, like, a small, like, a tree sort of off one of the paths and just sits on the ground, and she's just kind of staring into space a little bit. Yeah, and I imagine you're probably, like, hanging out in a place where, she can't see you, but you have pretty good line of sight. But yeah, you just see her sit down, like, crisscross on the ground and just, like, hands in her lap.
Just sitting by herself?
Mm-hmm.
I think Faustus will probably he's probably not going to approach. He's just going to keep watch and make sure he doesn't wander off somewhere.
Okay.
Or that nobody, like, messes with her, but he doesn't probably, like, approach to see what's going on. He just sort of hangs back and is keeping an eye on things.
Okay. You see her sitting. And yeah, okay. So then we're going to go over to Raven. Yes. I was like, what is Raven doing? Don't remember. Raven, what were you doing?
She went to the bar to get another drink.
So true, bestie. You approach again, and Arda's just looking at you.
Hey.
Hi.
So, what is your opinion?
On you?
On my current state, because I would like another drink.
Did you... You seem like you need it. And she pours you a second glass. This one is a little bit less full than the first one was. She slides it to you. Last one.
Okay, that's fair. Raven takes like a maybe she drinks like half of it in one go.
Okay.
And then she turns off to go back towards the rest of the party, but finds that everyone is gone.
Constitution saving throw, please.
Ooh. That wasn't Constitution saving 18.
Cool. So this drink slaps.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, it's also like you just did 4 shots without breathing. So
Got it.
It's a lot. You get hit with a pretty intense wave for a moment, but you're doing okay. But yeah, you're definitely feeling it. And everyone's gone is the other thing.
Where is my party? And like she'll just kind of like turn in a full circle.
You'd see Renori and Casper on the dance floor, who we're gonna get to them in a second.
Raven will just go up to them anyway. Because...
Okay, Renori, so Renori, at about the same time that everybody splits up, so you ask Casper to dance, you make your way over the dance floor, and Casper looks at whatever the hell's going on with that folk dance, and he looks at you, and he goes, okay, we're gonna keep it simple. That's a lot. So he takes your hands, and we're just gonna do a very simple, like a 1-2 step, okay?
Is this pre-Raven walking over? So this, okay.
So, you kind of like, yeah. And then...
Renori's gonna do her best to...
Roll me, do dexterity.
Dexterity saving? Or, like, straight dexterity? Or...
Do a dexterity check.
Okay. Oh no.
I do performance, but I just think this is funnier.
Okay, so 16.
Okay, definitely step on his feet a couple times, but it's not that bad. It's not as bad as it could be.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It's all right. First time. You're good. You're doing really good, actually.
Oh, are you sure?
Yeah. No, seriously. And then he kind of like pulls you closer a little bit. You're doing good. And that's when Raven walks up.
Damn it.
Raven will just be like doing her own like thing with like this drink in her hand and just be like, I am in need of supervision.
Then you should probably go find people who want to, and Renori is gonna like try and like dance Casper and her from
No,
away from
Raven keeps going and following them. It's just like, where the fuck are everybody? You're the only people I found.
I
Like
don't
he's
know.
like trying to sing along with like
Stop.
I don't
This
know.
is so good.
I'm not in charge of them. I think Tide's getting laid, which would be me if you weren't here, and I think Faustus and Laurel went that way.
Do I look to see where she pointed and see them?
You can roll perception.
Against my 30 stealth.
That's right.
I 8.
You think you see Laurel, but then about 2 other brunettes cross your vision. You don't see Faustus at all.
Where the fuck are you pointing? What?
Literally, like, through that little path that way.
I'm not gonna.
You can't see them from here.
Well, I'm not gonna go in a random direction in the country that we don't know when, like, I could die.
I wasn't telling you to go. I was just telling you that I'm not your supervisor.
But
Amazing.
Raven,
All
like,
those girls
just
just
drinks the rest of her drink and kind of, like, sets her cup down, like, on the dance floor. Just, like, it's
Okay.
empty. It's just on the dance floor
It
now.
immediately gets kicked and goes.
She is
"Tink,
that
tink, tink."
girl. She is that girl.
Yeah, yep.
Oh no.
And Raven is
Know
just like,
her.
I think I'm just gonna stay here with you guys, cause I don't know what's going on anymore.
We were about to have a conversation.
All right,
And
I'll just. What's her name? And she just points to somebody who's nearby.
There's like this redhead elf with like light almost not quite a fair complexion, like pretty tan, and these bright blue eyes, and they look over at you like, hey, what's up?
How tall are they?
Like 6 foot.
Nice. They'll be like,
You want to dance?
fuck it. Yeah, sure. And then she'll just be like, what's your name?
I am Thera.
Thera?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If I am not back in approximately 30 minutes,
Fine, Thera.
yeah, cause yeah.
Don't worry, I'm keeping an eye on you. I just don't want you all up in my business.
I mean, I don't want to be all up in your business, regardless. You're hot. It's just that, like, that's not what I meant, either. Anyway, I'm gonna go. And then she's just gonna go dance with Thera.
Okay, they pull you just into a more, not necessarily secluded point of the dance floor, just kind of off to the side, because you are having a time, and kind of like weave around the outside.
Raven is getting consensually touchy.
Okay. They seem into it.
Nice.
And yeah, the two of you are bopping. Okay. Tide,
Faustus is sitting in a bush. He's trying to keep an eye on Laurel. And he sees Tide walking back with his shirt buttoned askew, tucking his shirt back in, and then looks over and sees Raven drunk dancing, and then Casper and Renori just making eyes at each other, and he just says to himself quietly in the bush, "We survive a fight with a goddess, and then we're all going to die here in Alhazar."
Oh my.
it'd be like that. Tide, you and Elian are probably making your way back about now, because you're not really taking the scenic route.
Make my way.
Right. Yeah. So I would like to imagine like plus however much time it takes to get there and back. He was also in there for probably a good like 30 minutes ish. And like while they're walking back, like as they're getting closer to where they came from, he's gonna turn to Ellie and be like, "Oh, by the way, the whole reason we came here, have you noticed anything weird going on? Not necessarily like right here, but kind of around here. We're kind of looking for something that I'm not really sure what it looks like."
Yeah. Nothing weird, but I know what you're looking for. We're after. Everybody seems to need some time, but I haven't forgotten. Don't worry, we're gonna look for it.
Okay, great. So but you don't know where it is.
I have a couple of ideas, but I'm not quite sure. No.
Okay, cool. Great. Yeah, I just want to make sure I ask before we get back into all that.
Yeah, I figured. I'm trying to keep my head about me for tonight as well, so don't worry. I got it up here.
You certainly did tonight.
He kind of like bumps your shoulder a little bit.
Anyway, and then he'll just kind of keep walking and not really saying anything.
Okay.
So, conversation.
Okay. Rodori, so Raven goes off with Thera, and now the two of you.
I totally had a plan.
You
and
did.
Then Raven came bopping on over and really set that back. So, once Raven is out of earshot and clearly seemingly enjoying herself, Renori will like give Casper like this exasperated look of like, oh, and like that's our family.
Yeah.
Like this is our family dynamic. And she's just gonna like keep trying to dance for a few beats, like trying to get her head back in the space that she was approaching.
Mm-hmm.
And then it got derailed, and so she's having a great time, so it appears that way, and she's also getting slightly handsier, but with consent, but is also clearly has something else like on her mind too.
Right.
So finally, after a few moments pass, she'll work up the courage to bring this up again.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, so, not that, like, our argument is over, or, whatever that is, but, something that's a big deal to me happened, like, when we first discussed everything, and that was that, I told you that I loved you, and it wasn't that I was expecting that to, like, be a thing in that moment, because there were more important things being discussed. I was just being honest, because I love you, so it's not that I'm upset that wasn't a big deal when I said it, but I'm telling you now that I have never said that to anybody, like, not even, like, friends or, like, family type situation, and so it's just a big deal to me, and I just wanted to say it again in a less heated scenario, because it's a big deal to me, and I don't want you to ever think that I was, maybe saying that to try and, like, chill out the situation, because it's it's deeper and more significant than that. So, hey, Casper, I love you.
He kind of, like, you stop moving, and he kind of, like, pulls you a little bit closer, and he kind of, like, he's, like, holding your hands, and he looks down at your hands, and he, like, runs a thumb over your knuckle for a moment. This is gonna sound really bad, but let me follow it up. I regret the first time that I told you that I loved you, I wish that I could have said it for the first time now.
Oh, okay.
I didn't realize how important it was to you, and I think if I could give you that special moment, I would.
No. You don't have to apologize for that. That's fine. I've been told by people that they love me before. I've just never said it back. Platonically.
He doesn't seem concerned. Like.
But it wasn't a big deal. I mean, it's a big. Oh God, and Renori.
No, I get it. It's alright.
And Renori was judging Raven earlier.
I never did I say Renori was good at any of this. I just was thinking it was funny what Raven was doing. So then Renori will say, okay, oh God, it's a big deal that you said it to me. It's a bigger deal for me to say it because I've never said it, and I mean it, and so I just wanted to, circle back around to that, because I am feeling a lot of love for you in this moment. So, you're very handsome.
He kind of laughs a little bit. Thank you. And
why Renori sounded like she'd given a book report?
Because anxiety. My gosh.
I can't. Not the book report. Ren, I love you so dearly and so much, and I appreciate that something so special was something that you could share with me.
Yeah, so, like, on a scale of 1 to yes...
Watching you immediately ruin this is my favorite.
How cool would it be to get laid in elven land?
I knew this is where it was going.
Putting check marks on the map. We're like, what are these check marks on the map for?
Casper has, like, a whole new war table with check marks on a separate map.
Don't you dare close your
The war
eyes.
table is also somehow also on the map.
Not this.
Itself.
And, like, Casper will get new recruits and they'll be like, hey, boss, what's that map with a bunch of check marks for? Casper's like,
Don't worry about it.
Places that we make deliveries.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, he making deliveries,
Good way to put it. Yeah, I was gonna say, is that what the kids are calling
deliveries?
Sometimes
Where's your
you just have to
package?
give people packages. But
Here's your
that's
package.
okay.
Should I deliver it here, or do I need to go around back?
Is there a dig
Go
on
around
the-
back.
Is there a dig on the-
Do I wrap it first, or is it okay to just give you as is?
It's something in a box. It's something in a box. Something in a box.
I love this game because
Somewhere
it
in
deals
there,
with
I
psychic
was
damage
broken.
on the
I was
regular.
broken somewhere along the line there. Ooh.
Are we done?
Yeah, I just had to shake
yeah, I
those
think
needles
so.
off.
Yeah.
Well,
I just know. I just want to make
Minori's
sure.
not, but-
We know.
We know that Renor is horny. It's fine. We'll get through it.
Not we'll get through it. He kind of...
Tide just got laid. Tide did not
That
get
is
this
true.
much
For
shit.
the first
Look, to be
time
fair-
all campaign.
That's not my fault. Tide has had ample opportunity.
Ample, such a good use of that word.
Anyway, so so Casper kind of his eyebrows raise a little bit. He goes, pretty cool.
Yeah, and like on the night of a coronation, that's like bucket list worthy, right?
So top of it, yeah, like for sure.
Yeah, so we should definitely make that happen, even though we have no lodging.
Yeah, no, of course. Yeah, no, we're gonna make that happen.
Great. I leave finding where up to you.
What are you cool with?
Anything.
Okay.
Parked at Lookout Point.
Oh my.
He kind of cracks a little bit of a smirk.
But like, never mind. Go ahead.
Okay. Are you thinking about this now? Like, is this happening now, or is this like this is on the menu for tonight?
This is gonna happen before tonight, though.
Okay.
Kind of.
All right. So you probably
So not,
keep
like,
dancing, but you see the
immediate,
gears
yeah.
turning in his head.
Yeah.
Okay. Faustus. Laurel has kind of parked herself under this tree, and she's sitting on the ground. Roll me perception.
Here we go. That is decent. That is an 18 total.
Okay. You get the impression from the way, she starts, at first she's, like, sitting crisscross, and then she kind of, like, draws her knees in towards herself, and, she kind of just starts to hide her face. That's the best you get.
Ooh, that
Is
doesn't
she
look,
crying?
doesn't look good. Gonna go get Renori.
Right.
Oh my god.
Right.
Okay. Renori and Casper.
So Faustus just like sort of like speed walks over to Renori. He's like, Casper's ex's sister. She's I think she's crying over there. I thought maybe you might want to.
Oh.
Do I
me.
see them?
Roll me perception.
Okay.
You've seen how I give handshakes.
What
I don't
is she
think it's
doing
going to
giving a-
work particularly well to try to give comfort to the girl. I thought you might.
And you think I am the ideal candidate in your
You
stead?
seem to navigate these things a bit
I
better
got a
than I do.
19.
Okay, well, Tide, what are you trying to... What's up?
She's blasted out of her mind and she's rolling a flat perception.
That's so true. Hey, Raven.
Titus.
You want me to do it with
Disadvantage. Just roll it
Okay, I'll
again.
roll again.
Because you're
Oh,
obliterated.
I rolled better somehow
Okay.
the second time and got a 22.
You have been gunned down with Yura, and there's just a moment where you turn, and it's like you're supposed to switch partners, and Thera's kind of looking at you like you don't have to, but like kind of trying to gauge your vibe, and as you turn, you see this.
Friends! And then she'll just immediately book it towards
Yay,
Faustus.
oral response.
And in my head, I like to think it's like you know how like drunk girls, it's either like they're just gone or like suddenly every sense is just they are perceiving.
Heightened.
Yeah,
Everything? Yes.
yeah. That's kind of where we're at right now.
I can see auras right
Yes.
now. She'll just like walk up.
True enlightenment.
Yeah. She'll just walk up
True
and be like,
alcohol.
Faustus, you're here.
Yes.
You know, Faustus, I think Raven is an excellent candidate of who should go speak to
She
Laurel.
is blasted to hell.
I don't think
No.
that's a good idea, Casper.
Did you know that drunk femme presenting people are some of the best people at
I'm
pouring out
gonna.
their emotional
Casper
baggage
starts
onto
scooting
you?
away. I'm just gonna go talk to her.
No! I got this.
No.
Take me to Laurel.
Casper, that seems like a
Renor-
very bad idea.
It's either me
Renori-
or her.
Renori loops arms with Raven. The two of us will go talk to her, because Raven shouldn't be allowed to alone for reasons, and I shouldn't be allowed to alone for other reasons.
What reasons are you talking about?
Shush. And then Raven's going to like move towards wherever.
If you're an officer of the law, you have to tell me, or it's entrapment.
Wait, who? Me? Why is it bad for me to go talk to her alone?
Yes.
Because I
Did
don't
you not-
particularly care for her.
Yeah, did you not remember how she reacted to when Laurel
That's
showed
why
up?
Casper was like, I should
Definitely did not
go.
remember.
Yeah.
Faustus has not been paying a whole lot of attention to Laurel. He just was watching
Yeah.
her because Renori said,
Yeah,
go
that's
watch her, and he's like, why? Wait, why am I doing this?
Right.
Uh,
So yeah, Renori will.
You're not my
making sure
dad. I don't have to do what you
Raven
say.
doesn't steer and get lost or whatever. Renori will looped arms with Raven, walk over to Laurel.
Okay, Tide, what's up? What are you up to?
Are we back at the
Yes.
main area? Okay, so Tide is gonna go. He's still not really in the mood for this right now after a fun evening. So he's gonna go to the bar, but he wants something that's more like if he was drinking like mixed drinks before or like shots before, he wants like a beer, something
Okay.
to just like calm him down a
Easy
little
enough
bit.
to get an ale.
Yeah, so he's gonna try to flag down the bartenders.
Okay, Mara is probably closer to you, so she's like, what can I get you?
Hey, yeah, can I just get like an ale light?
Yeah. And she pulls out a tankard. Psh. There you go.
Do you want anything or
Elliot kind of no, I'm alright.
okay. And he's gonna grab the drink and kind of turn to face the crowd and like closer towards Casper and Faustus.
Okay, yeah. Easy enough. You probably would have just been turning around after Renori and Raven have left, so you just see Casper and Faustus kind of standing there. Faustus, what are you up to?
I think he's probably at this point just waiting for. So he's just standing there with Casper.
I feel like you're both kind of just
quality time.
standing there, like.
Doing the straight man.
We're doing a Phoebe and damn it, what's the other character's name from Friends? But they very occasionally. No, yes, like a Chandler and a Phoebe side adventure.
Nice.
Is
Oh
what we're
my
doing
God.
right now.
Nice.
It's like, oh, hey, Casper, we don't spend a whole lot of time, just you and me hanging out.
We don't. Hi.
Riveting.
How about that ceremony?
It was alright. Was that you
Oh.
with the crown?
Well,
Was that you with the crown?
what crown?
He's whispering.
I still
Faustus
what?
would still deny it.
What crown?
Never mind.
Can I do a
That's an
scan,
answer.
Tessa?
Can you what?
Can I do like a scan to look and see if I can see Tessa?
She hasn't moved. It's pretty easy enough with her garb. She hasn't, unlike the other royals, she hasn't changed. She's standing under kind of one of the larger trees, somewhat near the dance floor, drink in hand, and she's just kind of staring out into space.
Okay, Elian, I'm gonna go check on Tessa.
Okay.
real quick.
And he kind of like leans to look at her, and then he looks at you and goes, "Thanks."
then I'm gonna walk over towards Tessa.
Okay. So we'll catch up with you in a second. Okay. So Renori and Raven. Laurel is under another tree, a little ways away from Tessa. Tessa's tree is near one of the paths, so it'd probably be reasonable to head that way. Laurel's tree is like a little bit into some of like the grass and bush, and she's just kind of sitting. And you see her, she's got like her knees hiked up and like her head kind of in her knees, not really paying you any attention.
When they approach, Renori will like unloop her arm from Raven's and like plop down crisscross applesauce like in front of Laurel. So like if Laurel looked up, they would be face to face. She looks up. That, like, yeah, so like close enough that like anyway, like there's some room, but also like if Renori needs to comfort her, she's physically close enough to do so.
Does it seem like she's obviously crying?
Yeah.
Okay. Raven is going to crouch and just boop her nose and go, "Why the frowny face?"
It's nothing. Please don't worry about it.
No, we're
not
having
true.
a bad time. Sorry, you speak.
Renori, like, I just imagine that Raven, like, shouted that in Renori's ear. Like, drunk Raven doesn't know her like, volume levels that well.
No, actually, Raven, I feel like, is for some reason whispering.
But is it like that? Is it that aggressive whisper that, like, hurts if it's too close to your ear? Has anyone been whispered at like that, or is it just me?
No, I haven't. It's more like she's just speaking very low, but it's not like an actual like breathy whisper. But it's like for some reason, like there's no reason for her to be talking in a low voice, but she just is.
So Renori will just like wait for Raven to finish, and then once Raven gives her room to talk, she'll look at Laurel and gears will turn for a minute, and then she'll say, okay, so no one in theory should be having a shitty time at a fancy coronation party where one of the princes is offered to buy us whatever we want. So I would really appreciate it if you were honest about what was wrong, because that's how we build trust between each other as an adventuring party together. And because we care, and we're worried because you snuck off alone and look really sad, and that sucks.
Yeah, the sneaking off in a land that we're unfamiliar with was probably not the best idea, but like we understand the need to be alone and process our feelings, but sometimes it's nice to soundboard them off into another person. What? I just want her to know that like we care. I'm sorry, you speak now, Laura.
I appreciate that. I guess it's just that I'm so excited to be here and that you invited me, and I didn't miss that you're not fond of me, Renori. But it just, everything that happened back there sucked. And I don't know, like in my culture, it's different how we look at having to hurt people just because of feeding and all that, but I didn't like how that felt, and everybody was just cool with it. And then now we're at this party, and I don't, like, I'm in such a weird position because I can sense that your friend is upset, and she points almost perfectly in Tessa's direction. Your friend's really fucking upset, and I don't necessarily know her well enough to not feel weird to approach her, but watching y'all just, I don't know. It's not, I'm not like, I don't want you to take this as I can't handle leaving the ocean or any bullshit like that, because I can. I don't want what I'm saying to be twisted. It's just that you all seem like you care about each other so much, and she's over there in despair. And
you always have a southern accent?
She did. Because you guys clowned on her when she first got on the boat. That was the first thing.
Oh, okay.
Well, I talked to Tessa briefly and was planning on talking to her later because it seems like she wants space. But I understand what you mean. I hate that we hurt Tessa. I think we thought we were doing something great, and we didn't realize how harmful it was. I know Raven spoke with Tessa, so Raven might have more insight. I don't know why you... well...
No, Raven will promptly, like, stand up and, like, the entire time, oh my god!
Wispy, I love you, thank you.
What is happening?
Welcome
oh
in,
yeah,
Raiders.
There's a 10-minute follow.
There is a 10-minute follow. Oh wait, no, I guess there's not anymore. I don't know what's going on.
Is there not?
There might be. I don't fucking know. I'm not looking at my stream settings. There might be a 10-minute follow only on right now. So if you're here and you're coming in, I'm so sorry. You've been silenced. But I love you and appreciate it a lot. I hope Gmod was good and fun.
We're in the middle of
yeah,
slight drunken shenanigans, slight dealing with the repercussions of Raven, my character, fucking up a coronation that kind of created this rift between her and her almost girlfriend. It's a lot because it sounds like a lot.
If you
anyway,
if you've never stopped by here and you want to catch up on our story of Stormborn's Curse, all of the episodes are currently up on YouTube. Because we are kind of a little bit of a way in, but I hope you can settle in and you like the vibes, and it'll make you want to stick around because we're here every Friday at 8 p.m. EST. Let's keep going.
Yes. Raven.
Yeah, where were you cutting in?
Yeah. So Raven, while Laurel had been kind of explaining why she was upset, kind of started staring off into the distance, and her face kind of fell flat. Oh my gosh, Carolyn, thank you.
That's our amazing artist right there.
Yeah! Yes! For really quick, all of those small character portraits that you see, as well as my Twitter banner, as well as all of the art that we keep promoting, Carolyn is the amazing artist behind it all. Thank you so much. We love you. You're awesome. Okay.
Yeah, so her face kind of fell flat, and then she stands up, and she's just gonna go, I think you may have come to a conclusion without knowing all of the details. We have approached Tessa with the intent to want to speak to her and see if she's okay, and she decided it seemed like she needed space, and so she's taking the space. So I think that maybe you jumped to a judgment in which you did not have all the information for her.
I think there's been a misunderstanding about how sirens work. I'm not just making assumptions. I can literally feel her emotions. So.
Okay, but we're giving her space because that's what she requested.
Okay.
we're not just not caring. I'm clearly not okay. And Raven kind of gestures to herself, right?
Just gestures to all of herself.
Yeah, she's just like, I'm clearly not okay either. So like, we are all dealing. So I'm sorry if you can feel Tessa's emotions like that, but like,
I'm sorry.
from what
I mean, I shouldn't have. I should have just stayed where I was. I've just been in this weird spot since I got here. Because it's very clear that I'm just because of my sister, things are weird, and I don't want to impose anything on y'all like that. You have to.
say that
I
your
get
sister
it.
that we're weird.
What?
Excuse me?
Sorry, Raven's just like, did you just say your sister thinks
That's some
that we're
piping hot
weird?
tea.
No, that's not what she. No, she's.
Oh, who said that we're weird?
No, she said it's been weird because of her sister.
Oh.
When the drunkenness of your character seeps through to your real
Listen.
life
I mean, it's
form.
like
Listen.
entirely possible that I just said a lot of words backwards, but that's what was supposed to come out.
Okay. Raven will still ask it anyway. Did you say your sister thinks we're weird?
No, I'm not trying to impose. You don't have to like me or anything. I get this is definitely different for all of y'all, but
really.
I'm not trying to overstep. I've just been in this weird spot, and it feels really gross because I want to get to know y'all so bad, and I feel like I keep messing it up, and I messed it up before I even got here, and then that thing with your friend, I think I was just raised really different because of the whole, it's just been really overwhelming. I've had to filter through all of the emotions that are here for all of these thousands of people, and it's just been really overwhelming, and now that, and I guess I overstepped, and I'm sorry. And she kind of withdraws into herself again.
Don't apologize. I can't imagine how overwhelming it would be to feel everyone's emotions all the time. I get overwhelmed feeling just my emotions. So please don't be sorry don't be sorry about that. Don't be sorry about anything. We're the ones who acted like a bunch of assholes and overstepped our bounds in what our friend wanted from us for support. And so that's not on you, and I feel icky about it, so like I don't judge you for feeling that way about it either. I feel like all of the comments you made about people not liking you, I feel like that's actually just about me. Because I'm pretty sure everybody else either likes you or is like indifferent.
I've been trying to get you and Riley together. Ripley, sorry, I misspoke. Ripley together. That's what Raven's gonna say.
Is this your new goof? You're gonna mispronounce people's names?
I don't know.
Episode 17, and everybody's different.
I'm here
There's so
for it.
many NPCs now.
Imagine being them.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. And so Renori's just gonna like kind of run the palms of her hands like into her eyes for a minute and then like look at Laurel. Listen, I'm trying really hard at this whole not being a shitty person thing, and it's not something that I'm like taking too super easily, and so like in that, my issues with your sister are kind of getting in the way of me being friends with you, and I know that, but also like you and your sister are cool with each other, and I don't trust her, so I don't really super trust you by proxy. But I'm trying to, and I mean, I'm the one. I'm trying. I would say it's not personal, but that's actually like exactly what it is. I just need to get to know you better.
She also kind of needs to get over herself a little bit.
Raven?
Yeah.
Do you really want to talk about getting over ourselves right now after someone just major imaged a very outlandish version of themselves to make a point, or to declare our love?
That's not what I was doing. I don't know where you thought that that's where my intentions were coming from, but anyway, also
Faustus
separate situation.
God damn it.
Just from the edge, it's like, I think you mean totally badass version.
Yeah, I think I looked so hot. Anyway, that's like a whole situation.
I don't know.
That was a separate situation. You're trying to get over the biases that you feel about your boyfriend's ex. This is a different thing.
I think it was hot too, if that helps.
Oh,
I don't know if
dang.
Swinton spilling drunk wisdoms.
But
this is my favorite part.
Your favorite part of what?
Huh?
What?
Of nights like these. That's all.
Oh.
Keep going.
So, yeah, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm going to make an assumption about siren culture. So, like, because you guys can feel each other's feelings, I would imagine that it's hard to just take time for yourself because it'll start affecting those around you. And so you guys take a lot more of a direct approach to conflict resolution, right?
I mean, in a way, yeah. I mean, not all of us can read auras, but enough of us can where we try to, yeah.
I would imagine if, like, it would be more of like a, yeah.
What are our auras like?
It's really it's just something I get whiffs and whims of people's feelings. Yeah.
Take a whiff of my feelings, see what you get.
This is not the time. I was trying.
Why not? We're at a party.
Shush. And Raven will like press her finger to Faustus's lips.
I imagine you miss. I really want one of these.
Probably. And then Raven will turn back and she'll just go, so, in some above water, on land cultures, there are times when sometimes you just gotta process through your own emotions by yourself, and it doesn't mean that the people around you don't care. It just means that you just need to deal with it. And to be honest with you, I have probably never felt more terrible about doing something than what I did today. So yeah, I would love to tell Tessa that, but I don't know if she's necessarily in the headspace. I mean, you can feel her emotions. I don't know if she's necessarily in the headspace to deal with how I feel on top of how she feels. If that makes sense.
She kind of like closes her eyes for a moment. Normally I don't share this part because it tends to be more personal, but it seems like your friend wants somebody. There's just this like she's really upset, but there's like this one piece of it, like she's I don't know how to quite put my thumb on it, almost like longing. It's a lot. That's really only why I broke down. It was just I've been trying to maintain this for hours. I don't need to ramble on about myself. Don't worry about me. Thank you I appreciate it. I'm sorry to stick my foot in your business, but...
You quit apologizing. You have nothing to apologize for. I appreciate your honesty and your insight, and I would like us to keep being honest with each other. Listen, like, for the record, it takes me a long time usually to like anybody. I just started liking Tessa like 3 days ago. So, and she's been with us for like a couple weeks now. So, you know, there's also just like a generalized me issue there. So it's not necessarily all you, related specifically. I don't actually dislike you. I'm really bad at this. Have you picked up on that yet?
In this group we process our feelings out loud quite a bit.
Yeah, I am aware of that, Faustus. Renori's gonna turn back to Laurel.
Raven is just going to change it because I bet she didn't like lower her fingers, so she's just gonna go from just one finger to like her whole hand just over Faustus' mouth.
Unfortunately, it's like on my chin.
Oh no.
Renori is gonna like put both of her hands on Laurel's shoulders and like look her in the eye very like intently. And she's actually like, Renori has softened like just a little bit. Just a little bit. I really want to like you. I don't like that there are these feelings that they feel like I can't control them that pop up sometimes. And this situation is one of those. I get these feelings that feel mildly out of control, and I'm trying to do better at tampering them down, controlling them, telling them to fuck off, quite frankly, because I don't like the person that they can make me into. And I'm really sorry that you have been one of those targets of those feelings. You're a very wonderful person, actually, from what I've seen so far. I didn't like the way that those other people treated you when you were first requesting to join us. I think that was shit. I think you're amazing and deserve better treatment than that. And I don't want to be like those people. And I don't want to treat you like that. And so I am going to work harder at being less of a dick. This is like that really cliche, it's not you, it's me.
Yeah.
Because it is me, Laurel.
Raven's just nodding in silence.
Such a
Raven.
It's mainly out of like this rhythmic, like, yes, this is what's happening. This is a conversation way.
Yeah.
And so Renori's just gonna like end it off very awkwardly at that point and just like nod and like squeeze shoulders like, wow, I have to learn how to build relationships, is like her mental note to herself.
Raven's
thank you.
Face kind of falls for a second. She's been clearly just thinking about something. Instead of like really focusing in on what Renori was saying, and she goes, do you guys think that Tessa just didn't want to talk to me?
Laurel stays quiet.
Well, you know, there's only one way to find out, and that's for someone else to try to talk to Tessa. And then just to quickly close off her interaction with Laurel, Renori's gonna turn to Laurel. I'm really sorry. And I hope that by the time we're done here, you and I are good friends. Does that sound like
That sounds
something worth... Oh, okay.
I don't...
Renori, like, kind of blushes a little bit at that.
Is this the end of the conversation now?
Almost. I didn't just leave because I wanted a taste of adventure. I left because there was nothing left for me. I have no friends. Everyone hates me. And I just would rather be passed around from ship to ship and fend for myself than stay where I was. So, friends sounds wonderful.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna aim for that then.
She kind of like, and she stands up and brushes herself off, and then she offers you a hand.
Renori will take it.
Okay, and then Raven, she also goes to help you up. I don't know if you take it.
I think it's Raven's turn to sulk under the tree now.
Okay. We play musical tree.
Raven, why are you sulking under this tree?
What?
Why are you sulking under this tree? Everybody else has finished sulking, and now you've started. What's going on?
I think... I really fucked something up, and I don't know if it will be fixed, and it might be over now. So
we all, well, the three of us, and Renori will look at Raven, Faustus, and like point towards herself. May have misunderstood what we should have done. And we hurt someone that we care about and other people because of that. And that's not okay. That's not okay. And there are consequences. But you like Tessa, and
Raven is blushing intensely.
When you care for someone, the most instinctual and natural reflex is to protect that person, that thing. And that's what you were trying to do. And that's not inherently wrong. I think that it's up to you when and how, but probably not while you're this inebriated. I think you just have to have a very candid conversation with Tessa about it, and you can't dance around any of it, and you need to tell her these things. Tell her that you think this is one of your worst mistakes, how much you regret it, how much she means to you. Honesty and being forthright with her is gonna get you further than not.
Honestly, if causing some embarrassment at a coronation is the worst thing you've ever done in your life, then that's pretty good. That's a pretty good track record.
It's not the worst thing I've ever done objectively. It's just this is the worst I've ever felt about doing something that was bad. So, but that's semantics. I don't know. I don't have family. We all orphan gang. Sorry, she does not say that. She's just like, It's just like, we don't really have the best litmus test to a family, much less a royal one, with like weird ancient elven traditions that I don't anyway. Uh so like maybe I was just severely misinformed, but I don't know. I don't know if I would believe me or necessarily forgive me if I were in Tessa's shoes. So I probably wouldn't trust it.
I may be overstepping, but...
No, I'm nosy, so I would, if you have any idea as to what Tessa's feeling, I would love to know that.
I'm not... It feels not great to give more detail than what I've already shared, just because feelings tend to be private, and I prefer that people have consent before I say much more, but it seems like you gave your friend space, but you haven't... I don't know. She might not feel everything that you are perceiving her to feel. And I don't think it was wrong to give her space, but I do think there's value in checking in with her and making sure that what you think she feels is what she actually does.
As soon as Laurel was just like, I think you should check in on her, Raven is up and like out. And she's going straight.
Okay. Raven's gone. Faustus, Renori, what are we doing?
Yeah.
You reap what you sow.
Renori will just be going back towards Casper.
Okay.
She's
with
in
like
no
with like
state
a
to go have this conversation right now.
with like a see you later, Laurel.
Laurel just kind of watches what just happened, and then she kind of just awkwardly she moves closer back to where the party was, but she's still kind of at the fringe of it. Like, she's not really involving herself.
That shit sounds overwhelming.
Mm-hmm. Faustus, what are you gonna be up to?
Probably not really anything in particular. I'm trying to think who the best person to just sort of tail a little bit would be.
Casper.
Probably just gonna tail. I'm probably just gonna tail Raven and try to listen and to eavesdrop in on her and Tessa's conversation.
Okay, go ahead, roll me for do stealth and then perception.
Alrighty. Stealth is 24 for stealth. And for perception, a 19.
Okay, we'll get back to you and Raven in a moment, because Tide had a conversation like 8 years ago. So, Tide, forever ago, eons before all of these occurrences, you made your way from the bar. You told Elian you were going to go check in on his sister, gave you kind of a nod of approval, expressed his thanks, and you made your way kind of around the dance floor over to where Tessa's standing by that tree. And she's just kind of been staring off into space, and she has this one cup in her hand that she's just kind of like turning and running her fingers over the edge of it. She doesn't seem to even notice you approach, like she's just staring.
So Tide will walk up. He doesn't want to touch her because he can tell that she's kind of like out of it at the moment. So he's gonna kind of like do one of like the look or stand next to her, but kind of like look around to see if he can make eye contact with her. Hey, how you doing?
Hi, Tide. Are you enjoying the party?
You could say that. Are you okay?
Yeah, no, I'm great.
Okay. Let's try it again. You're not okay. What's What's on your mind?
I don't want to dump my feelings onto your shoulders when you've been nothing but gracious to me.
Without going into too much detail, because I feel like that kind of ruined the vibe. I'm at a pretty good point right now where I feel like you could go ahead and just tell me whatever. It's not gonna bother me.
Okay. I am just kind of overwhelmed, I suppose. I've never. My relationship with my family, besides Elian, has been strained since I left, and I have been shouldering a lot of feelings about returning home that I didn't quite share because I knew there would be a job to be done, and I expected to just show up. I didn't know Allura was going to be crowned today, so I thought we were going to just be able to show up and find the stone and leave within a few days and have it not be this pomp and circumstance. But then I realized the coronation was today, and so I mentally prepared myself to go through all of the gestures of royal parading that we have to do. And I don't really care about it, but I got myself in the mindset to hand off something that, never mind, that's unselfish. I had myself in one very specific mindset, and everything happened, and I feel like Soup died. And she kind of just lets her shoulders drop a little bit. I have so many feelings about all of it, and I don't know what to go through, and we have a job to do, and I'm trying to get myself back on track, but I feel like I just keep hitting a wall. So I'm over here so I don't kill the vibe.
Well, okay. I have kind of 2 points. First is we're here. It happened. We were inadvertently involved in your sister's nation and met your family that you haven't seen in years, felt like years, and maybe it was longer, maybe it was shorter. We don't really know. And after tonight, that's going to be over. So, in my mind, and I can't speak for you, your feelings are valid, but it's one night. And that kind of brings me to my second point. I don't have family. Ever since as far back as I can remember, it was me and my dad. I didn't have any siblings. I never had a mother. And now my dad is gone. And I won't ever see him again. And I know things are strained with family, suggesting that you're in the wrong for feeling the way you feel, but who knows the next time you're going to see your family again. And at least your brother and your sister don't really seem bothered by you being here. I don't think your mom is either, but again, I'm not saying you have to reconcile, forgive, or forget. I don't know the whole story. And you don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but brother misses you. And hasn't seen you in a very long time. And is worried about you. Now that you're over here and not able to enjoy ceremony. So I get it, and I'm here for you, and I'm happy to hang out with you and act as a buffer to all this craziness. Because trust me, I'm seeing it firsthand. But I would really recommend at least talking to your brother and sister, even if it's just saying hi. Because after tonight, who knows what's gonna happen.
Right. No, you're right, Tide. Thank you.
That was really nice.
Yeah. No, he's a little stinker, but I love him.
Yeah. And he's just gonna take like a sip of the ale, just kind of hoping that she doesn't realize that I'm no longer wearing the outfit I was wearing like an hour or two ago.
Oh my god.
Nope.
Do you also not to make things worse or more interesting, but Raven feels really bad and is really drunk. I think wants to talk to you too. Is that should I get her, keep her away,
I should probably make sure she's all right. So
I think she's fine, and I mean I don't think you need to be concerned about her. I just sooner or later she's gonna show up again, and I just want to you and I are on the same page.
You're one of the only people who's ever asked me something like that before, so I appreciate that. I'm all right to talk to her. In fact, I probably should. So, thank you.
Cool. Yeah. Listen, if your brother says anything about me, no, I don't. I don't like rumors spiraling, and then he'll just take like another swig.
She kind of gives you a sidelong glance, and then you see her gaze like slide off of you and back to Elian, and she goes, "I'll let you know."
Great. Listen, you're empty. Do you want to go to the bar and get another drink, or?
Yes, please.
Great. Let's.
Okay. And there's probably enough time. So this is probably like tree conversation is happening while you guys get a refill. And we're going to, for the sake of time, because I know this is going to take I know, I'm so sorry. And, okay, what if we just go a little longer? Because we're going to have to skip next week. I won't be here next week, so just a bit longer. If any of you have to go, just like ping me. Let me know, and then I'll just resize the window. So
I'm down for it to just be me and Liz right now.
Yeah, like if you guys have to hop out, it's fine. Like I don't want to. Just let me know.
Good to hang from it.
Okay.
Okay.
Not gonna cut down your emotional moments, Raven, but
Yeah. Raven, where will Raven see them?
You'll probably see them after, because it's probably still going to take, even with Tessa's presence, take a while to get served. The night's really starting to pick up. It's at that point where the way the people were like, all right, we're going to get smashed, and then we're just going to spend the night like that. And then there's people now who've like eaten or are coming off of work or back home from wherever, and they're like, okay, so there's like a second wave at the bar. So after Tessa and Tide get refills, you're probably running into them, just as like they're kind of crossing the central party space.
Okay. Raven will kind of Raven will kind of just make a beeline and then kind of pause, like, in the middle of her doing that, and then go to the bar and get, like, this is what she'll ask for. She'll ask for either the grossest thing imaginable to slap somebody in the face when they're drunk, or an iced coffee.
Mara is the barkeep closer to you at the moment, so she kind of gives... I can do both. What are you looking for?
Whatever will get me sober faster.
All right, you're not gonna like it. And she pulls out a cup. She takes out a mortar and pestle, throws some stuff in there, mashes it up, puts this like horrible green sludge into a cup, pours another clear liquid over it, mixes it up, takes a whiff, goes, here you go. Don't puke on my guard.
Raven will down it all in once.
Constitution saving throw, please.
Yup. 6.
There's the initial gag reflex, and you do keep it in your mouth. But
I threw up in my mouth.
Yeah.
Okay. Raven.
Can we be walking up to her while she's like?
Yeah, if you want to, like, you probably just walked away from the bar, but Tide, I imagine this is a scene. You see Raven. You've gotten used to seeing Raven.
Hey, Raven. You okay?
Raven turns around so her back is to them, and just dribbles it into the cup.
And then Ty's gonna like tap her on the shoulder.
Raven is going to hide the glass behind her back as she turns back around.
Okay. Tessa.
You okay?
No, I drank something disgusting to help sober up. It worked, for sure. Raven kind of slides the glass around and like onto the bar table.
Okay.
With 10 silver just like next to it as an apology for how gross that whole situation is. And she's just gonna be like, can we please go anywhere else?
Only one of those bartenders has prestidigitation. I'm not going to trust anything but magical cleaning.
Oh boy. Who are you asking? Anybody? Like, can we go anywhere else too?
And Tessa's next to him?
Tessa's right there, yeah.
Yeah. Tide and Tessa, she's just like, can we please go anywhere else right now?
Yeah.
Well, alright. And she's just gonna...
She kind of, Tessa just kind of tilts her head. She goes, Tide, you don't have to come if you don't want to.
Great. Alright, I'm gonna go.
Have fun. Tell Elian I said hi.
Don't know why you'd assume I'm going to hang out with him, but,
So you still didn't...
Raven, good luck, and he's gonna pat the shoulder and give her guidance.
Okay.
Wait, how long does guidance last?
A minute.
Okay.
1 minute, so make it count.
Make it fast.
And walk away quickly before she has time to say anything
incriminating.
Yeah.
Tide has evaporated.
Got it.
Don't make me use Misty Step. I will.
Okay. She's just gonna look over and she's just like, not that I think you're going to do this, but just a warning. I am still damp because Tide dumped a whole bunch of water on me. So anyway, that's not important. It's just uncomfortable. I am very sorry for everything that's ever happened today. And like Raven's going to go over like the things that Renori kind of told her that she should say to Tessa, and she'll just go, I shouldn't have made assumptions about you know, how you were with your family. And I really would have no reference point either. Because, well, I've never had I wouldn't understand those dynamics. But that's still no excuse. I shouldn't have made such an ass of myself to hurt your family and to hurt you. I've done a lot of bad things, but I've never felt this bad about them. I feel terrible, Tessa, and I know how I feel doesn't make up for what I did, but I don't want to. I care about you a lot. Probably more than anyone I've met in a long while. So, yeah. I'm done speaking now.
I get the feeling that I said something that could have been interpreted in quite a few different ways, and I underestimated the amount of... I don't want to make assumptions. I underestimated your passion to act on what I had said. And I think in a little while I'll be able to appreciate that more for what it was, because I know that your intent wasn't malicious, and I don't hold anything against all of you, though I don't. I just had a lot on my plate emotionally right now, and I am kind of used to always having to be okay. I will never take for granted the family that I have, because I know so many are not as fortunate to have families, let alone good ones. But with having family, especially being the eldest living child, I have a lot to shoulder in taking care of my loved ones. And that brings on a lot of unexpected emotions, especially being away from home for as long as I was against my will. So.
Ouch. Sorry, Raven's an orphan, has absolutely no family, but I am an oldest daughter, so I'm just sitting here like, oh. It's just like,
ooh, yeah, it hurts, right?
Close to home.
It hurts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, especially that I like poked my chest that hard. Anyway.
Oh, don't do that.
Yeah, I don't know why I did that hard enough to hurt myself. Anyway,
I don't hold anything of what happened against you guys. I don't, and I'm not upset because, oh no, tradition. It's none of that. I don't hold myself or any of you to all of the frills and pomp and circumstance, and I don't want to seem that superficial. It's just that there's a lot of complicated emotions about... This was supposed to be my coronation.
Mm-hmm.
And it was taken from me.
Mm-hmm.
And I did not know it would be taken from me. And I had to be very okay with that very quickly. And then everything happened.
Yeah.
Our custom is that we are a matriarchal society. The eldest living daughter of the current ruling bloodline will take the throne. The eldest elven living daughter. I am not of full elven blood. But for a while, I was mom's only daughter. Until I wasn't. And our society's law demanded that Allura take my place. And it's not necessarily that I wanted the crown. It's just this selfish moment of I was almost literally bred to take the throne until I wasn't. I took a position as more of a priestess advisor, and I still thought I would receive the crown, and then I left, and now I'm here and having to reckon with how easily I was replaced. And my little moment of revenge was just having the people I care about really deeply, the people who saved me and who gave me the opportunity to stand back in my homeland in the first place, to stand by my side rather than be ostracized like I was. And you all took it the furthest mile, and I understand why you did, but there was just this moment of, like, I felt like I was on top of the world, and then I saw the look in my sister's eyes, and I understood that it was bigger than how I felt about it, and I'm allowed to feel a way about it, but it was bigger than that, and I broke her heart, and we broke her heart, and...
Yeah, I talked to Allura.
I know I have complicated feelings about it, but in the same way she was bred like I was. Just because I thought I wanted it at one time doesn't mean that she doesn't deserve it.
Well, first, you would never seem like your care about frills and procedure and politics. You're one of the most genuine and caring people that I know. And then also, yeah, it would suck because it feels like a lot of choices were made for you and that you didn't really have any autonomy in any of it, except for maybe leaving, right? And so you're like stuck with the what if. And also, your sister didn't seem like she deserved that. So I did apologize to Allura and fessed up. Still don't know where I land with your mom. Don't think I'll ever be like, hey, that was me. That seems like a bad idea.
I would not.
Yeah, that seems like a bad idea. But yeah, we all care about you and we all want to make sure that you're okay. The way I care about you is different than the way that maybe some of the others care about you. But I do. You don't have to feel like you have to be okay for us just because you're able to track down the stones. If you need to take time and like lean on us, that's okay too. We're all responsible for each other now. You don't have to shoulder that alone.
You see her shoulders kind of slump, and a few tears run down her face, and they have like this silvery quality to them, like they against her sort of darker skin, they actually appear to sparkle a little bit as they run down her face. And she swipes them away for a moment. She goes, "Thank you."
Raven is going to like tentatively reach out to grab Tessa's hand.
She does not pull away.
She doesn't pull away?
She does not.
Okay, so she'll like grab it and give it a little squeeze and just be like, "You got us now. You know, it's not you in charge of a bunch of children on a deserted island that doesn't seem to end. It's not you having to deal with the bullshit political circumstances of your birth. It's just us, you know, trying to find a bunch of rocks.
Yeah.
For the safety of the world." But like that part we don't have to think about right now.
For what it's worth, I'm very glad that we're all together looking for a bunch of rocks instead of me being stuck here.
I mean, I guess being queen could be cool, but God, that just seems like, ugh, at the same time.
Not as cool as having incredible waffles every morning and all sorts of shenanigans, even when we're not, you know, in mortal danger, and seeing you around and, you know, hanging out with everybody.
Yeah, seeing everybody and seeing you every day, that's pretty cool.
The coolest.
Raven is swinging their arms.
Oh, that's
now,
so cute.
just
Okay.
like, and then Raven will be like, should I keep this disguise going? Okay, it's just like, you know, the feeling when you put on makeup and it's been on for a very long time. I just feel gross, you know.
I know, but I think you look beautiful as yourself. But if my mother or any of the guard see you, your prospects of living are not great.
Cool. How does it feel like, how does it feel kind of, talking to and holding hands with an outlaw?
It's pretty cool.
Cool. You're...
Faust is nearby, sighs heavily.
Nice.
This is 24 stealth and 19 perception. And then this whole conversation and thinking, I've been an outlaw this entire goddamn time.
You have.
Raven keep putting on airs. Outlaw.
They are standing right there also. Just saying.
I have another hand, and so does Tessa. We can make a circle.
I'm in the dark. Far away.
Okay, then, like, stay there then, and sulk about it.
Well, I turned to sulk under the tree.
Musical tree.
Everybody's gotten a turn.
So Tide got to talk to you?
Yeah, he did.
Tide's a good person to talk to.
He's kind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't... And, like, Raven is kind of, like, shaking off this bit of, like, this half-drunken haze. She just goes, I don't think I should be a warlock anymore.
What?
Mephisto told me to steal the stone so that he could take over the Nine Hells. Which mean that the world would end. And that's part of my warlock contract. I think I should I don't think I should do that. And which means I wouldn't be a warlock anymore.
Raven.
Yeah.
When we talked,
Mm-hmm.
and you said that you had a choice to make and you weren't sure what to do because you were going to maybe hurt people you cared about, was this the decision?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
well, I made it.
The tea's getting hotter. I'm gonna add a little sugar from my hidey hole.
Personally, I would prefer if we did the thing where you don't end the material plane after we're trying to save it.
No. Yeah, it's not that, like...
I would love for us to live.
Yeah, no. I was going to, like, try to iron out some deal where, like, all of you guys got to live, but then you would probably spend, like, a very long time being angry and upset with me, and that would not be as fun. So, like, I was trying to just... Also didn't want to be, like, powerless, too, because that would be a drag, considering I kind of... On top of now your mom and the guards wanting me to be dead, I also have a bunch of corrupt religious leaders trying to kill me too.
It's like the Christ child.
Yeah, it's just so, like, but I don't want to be living with this burden of a choice anymore. And I also, I love you, all of you guys, too much at this point for, Raven is, like, getting very warm in her cheeks, where she's just like, I don't want to lose you guys anymore for you to, yeah, you guys are too important to me. You're more important to me, than power or fuck Mephisto. I mean, he's cool. I can't say that he's, like, all evil, but, like, that's not the important thing. I choose you guys. So, yeah. I'm gonna go tell Mephisto to just make the contract null, because I can't, yeah, I can't come up with my end of the bargain.
It's important to me that, Faustus, you know you're getting all of these in your AirPod Rogues. Just listening all of this, getting it in. Yeah.
Like a bat in the night.
Yes.
Using its supersonic hearing.
Raven. Okay, so Tessa...
Your face.
Tessa's eyes kind of like she kind of tilts her head so her eyes drop to the ground, and she takes the hand that you grabbed and she, like, reaches for your other hand. And she's just kind of holding her hands. You see her take a moment to think. And then she looks up at you. And you see that her eyes are not their usual color. They are flat expanses of burning flame. And she grins wide. And you hear in a voice that is distinctly not hers, I wish you had just told me. We need to talk. And that's where we're going to end for today.
My pearls!
Anyway, so thank you guys so much. Thank you for everybody who came over on the raid. If you came to hang out, that was super spicy. So cool of you to hang out. For everybody who has been here as well, we appreciate you so much. You're awesome. We love you. If you want to catch up with us, whether you haven't seen any or somewhere in the middle, All of the VODs are up on YouTube up until episode 16. This VOD will be going up at some point in the next week so that you can keep up with us. Yeah, everything's over on the YouTube, including, if you missed it, Eclipse, which was our short 3-episode Halloween campaign for charity. All of those VODs are up there as well, including the beefy finale. And yeah, we will be back in, not next week, but the week after to pick up our story where we left off. So thank you so much for hanging out. You matter. We love you. And we will see you very soon.
Stop dabbing.
Stop. Not this.
Not the millennials,
okay.
Man. All right.
Bye, guys.
Bye.